not their lies, not even their disrespect, can shake your peace. Imagine walking through the chaos of the world with a calm so deep, people wonder if you know something they don't. You still hear the insults, you still see the drama, but it no longer enters your system. It touches you, but it doesn't move you. But let's be honest, how many times have you let one careless comment ruin your whole day? How many nights have you stared at the ceiling, replaying an argument, getting angry all over again, even though the moment's long gone? Most people don't live in peace. They live in reaction. They don't own their emotions. Their emotions own them. One insult, one rejection, one unexpected look, and their entire energy shifts. Not because the world is that powerful, but because they never learned how to take that power back. But here's the truth. Stoicism taught centuries ago, and neuroscience confirms today. You can become emotionally untouchable, not cold, not numb, but untouchable, like a mountain in a storm. The wind howls, the rain crashes, but the mountain doesn't move. That's the inner strength we're unlocking today. And once you've got it, you'll never be thrown off by what someone says. You'll never feel small because of someone else's mood. You'll never again be angry or bothered by anyone or anything. We're not just talking about staying calm. We're talking about complete emotional sovereignty, real Stoic power, the kind Marcus Aurelius wrote about, not just to look wise, but to survive the weight of an empire without losing his soul. So, stay with me. What we're about to dive into will reshape how you see people, how you handle triggers, and most importantly, how you master you. And hey, if you appreciate what we're doing here, the clarity, the calm, the tools to live unshaken, there's just one small favor I'll ask. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. It helps more than you know, and it's the kind of support that keeps this content flowing. It's not them. It was never them. That's the first shift in perception you need to make if you want to stop being angry, triggered, or emotionally hijacked by others. You think it's the way they spoke to you, the disrespect in their tone, the way they dismissed your effort or rolled their eyes. But that's just the surface. What really stings is what those moments awaken inside you. Something deeper, something older, something you're not even fully aware is there. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's what we do every time we blame other people for how we feel. We hand over the keys to our emotional state and then wonder why we're always being driven into chaos. But here's the truth. Nobody can make you feel anything without your participation. Anger, frustration, resentment, they're not caused by other people. They're caused by your response to them. And that response is shaped by the unresolved parts of you that you've been avoiding for years. Think about it. Two people can face the exact same insult. One brushes it off, the other stews in it for days. The insult didn't change. The difference is what it met inside. We're not reacting to what they said or did. We're reacting to what it touches in us. Old wounds, expectations, unquestioned beliefs. And more often than not, it's not even about the moment. It's about everything that moment reminds us of. When someone ignores you and you feel invisible, that pain isn't born in that second. It's a repetition, a mirror. Maybe it's reflecting all the times you felt overlooked growing up. When someone criticizes you and you explode, that reaction didn't come from the words themselves. It came from a need to protect an identity you've worked hard to maintain. Maybe being seen as competent or good or strong is so central to how you view yourself that even the slightest crack feels like a collapse. That's the real battlefield, not the conversation, not the coworker or the partner or the stranger online. It's what's happening in you. Aristotle said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." And self-knowledge isn't just knowing what you like or what your goals are. It's understanding the places in you that still hurt, that still seek approval, that still think peace has to come from being treated a certain way. Here's where the breakthrough begins. You are not your reaction. You are not your anger. You are not your pain. You are the one watching those things. You are the awareness underneath it all. The more you connect to that awareness, the less you need the outside world to behave perfectly in order for you to feel okay. That doesn't mean you have to tolerate disrespect. It means your peace is no longer dependent on the presence or absence of it. That's a whole different level of freedom. Because most people aren't really living, they're just reacting. One text ruins their whole morning. One comment online derails their whole mindset. One bad look from someone else, and they spiral into self-doubt. That's not living. That's surviving on emotional autopilot. But you can step off that ride, and it starts when you stop making them the villain in your story. The moment you stop saying, "They made me feel this way," and start saying, "Something in me responded to that," everything changes. You take back your power. You begin to ask better questions, not, "Why are they like this?" but, "Why does this bother me so much?" Not, "Why are they so disrespectful?" but, "What am I holding on to that makes me so reactive to this?" That question, "What am I holding on to?" is where you'll find most of your answers. Plato once said, "The first and best victory is to conquer self." And conquering the self isn't about suppressing your emotions. It's about understanding where they come from and deciding if they still serve you. It's about noticing when your pride wants to fight back, when your ego wants to be right, and choosing not to be led by that. This isn't passivity, it's power. It's the power to choose your response, to feel the rise of emotion and not let it run your next move. That kind of control isn't something you're born with. It's something you train, like a muscle, like discipline, like presence. The people who trigger you the most, they're your greatest teachers, not because they're wise or kind or helpful, but because they show you exactly where you're still attached, where you're still raw, where you've built an identity that depends on others treating you a certain way to feel valid. And when you use those moments as mirrors, not battlefields, you grow. That's the difference between reacting and evolving. Socrates once said, "Let him who would move the world first move himself." And that movement doesn't start with changing your environment. It starts with watching yourself more clearly, becoming aware of the stories you tell when something doesn't go your way, the assumptions you make, the roles you play, the truths you hold on to without question. When you believe someone should treat you better and they don't, that gap between expectation and reality becomes suffering. But when you accept that people will act based on who they are, not who you are, you stop tying your emotions to their behavior. You become unshakable, because your peace is no longer reactive, it's rooted. You don't get offended as easily. You don't chase apologies. You don't need everyone to get you or agree with you or like you. You know who you are. And that knowing becomes your anchor, even when the storm hits, even when someone disrespects you, even when life feels unfair. Because you've stopped trying to control things that were never yours to control. You've stopped outsourcing your peace to people who are just as lost and reactive as you once were. You've stopped depending on the world to reflect back your worth. That's what Stoicism has always been about. Epictetus taught that we should concern ourselves only with what's within our control, our thoughts, our actions, our beliefs. Everything else, what people say, what they do, how they treat us, is external. If you anchor your calm to the external, you'll never be steady. But if you learn to rest it in the internal, nothing can move you. That's the invitation, to move through life with grace, not because life is gentle, but because you are grounded, to face criticism, rejection, misunderstanding, and remain clear, not numb, Not shut down, but strong, centered, awake. The next time someone tries to provoke you, let it pass through. Don't deny the reaction, just don't identify with it. See it rise, watch it fall. Let it be what it is, a ripple, not a wave. And if it still gets to you, if the sting lingers, if the thoughts come back later, good. That's not failure, that's the doorway. That's where you walk through and say, here's where I still need to do the work. Because the goal isn't to become emotionless. The goal is to become emotionally free, not controlled by impulses, not ruled by pride, but aware, intentional, unbothered, not because you avoid life, but because you face it so deeply, it no longer scares you. And when you live from that place, people notice. They may not say it out loud, but they feel it. The steadiness, the calm, the energy that says, you can bring me chaos, but you won't pull me into it. That's not arrogance, that's mastery. And if you've made it this far, there's a reason. Some part of you knows it's time to stop giving your peace away to people who don't even know what they're doing. Some part of you knows that your calm is too precious to keep handing out in exchange for approval, validation, or control. You weren't born knowing how to react to rejection. You didn't arrive in this world with a detailed manual that said, when someone disrespects you, flare up. When they ignore you, crumble. When they criticize you, defend your pride at all costs. Those reactions, the quick anger, the defensiveness, the need to prove something, those were learned, passed down, absorbed, like second-hand smoke. You didn't write the script, you just started playing the part. That's what makes this so powerful to realize. Most of what you think is you, your temperament, your triggers, the way you react under pressure, isn't actually you. It's conditioning. It's habit. It's a script that started writing itself long before you were aware it was even happening. Somewhere along the way, maybe someone taught you, directly or indirectly, that being ignored means you don't matter. That being challenged means you have to fight. That being wrong means you're not enough. These beliefs are like hidden code running quietly in the background of your life. And until you bring them into the light, they'll keep directing your reactions without your permission. Carl Jung said it best. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. That means every emotional outburst, every sudden shutdown, every time you overthink something someone said, that's not fate, that's not your personality, that's programming, and programming can be rewritten. But you can't change a script you're not aware you're acting out. So the work begins by becoming the observer, not the actor. You notice, you pause, you step back just far enough to ask, what part of me is speaking right now? That question, when asked sincerely, opens the door to everything. Because the moment you feel triggered, the moment something or someone lights a fire in you, it's easy to believe that fire is righteous, that it's justified. But strong emotion doesn't always mean truth. Often it just means the script got activated. And when you keep playing out the same emotional loops over and over, with different people and different situations, you start to notice something strange. The actors keep changing. But the storyline? It's always the same. That's the giveaway. It's never really about them. It's about what they awaken. And most people never take the time to trace the fire back to the spark. They don't question the reaction. They just assume it's valid because it feels real. But intensity doesn't equal accuracy. Just because you feel it deeply doesn't mean it's rooted in clarity. And when you start to unpack those reactions, what you'll often find underneath isn't strength, it's fear. Fear of being seen a certain way, fear of not being heard, fear of not being enough. The script says, if I'm criticized, I must defend. But what if you didn't? What if you simply listened, filtered, and chose your response, not from fear, but from presence? That's authorship. That's what it means to take the pen back. It doesn't mean you never feel anger or sadness or discomfort again. It means you're no longer reacting from an unconscious place. You're responding with awareness. That space between trigger and reaction, that's where your freedom lives. Viktor Frankl, a man who survived unspeakable trauma, said it like this: "Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom." Think about how different life feels when you stop reacting from the old script. Someone interrupts you, and instead of jumping to reclaim your voice, you observe. You breathe. You respond calmly, or maybe not at all. Not because you're weak, but because you've realized not every moment deserves your energy. You've stopped auditioning for people who don't hold the power to validate you. That shift isn't subtle, it's transformational. It's the moment you move from being emotionally controlled to emotionally in control. Not controlled as in robotic, controlled as in present, conscious, grounded. When you no longer need to prove or win or be right just to feel secure, you've won something much deeper than any argument could offer, and you begin to notice the scripts that once controlled you lose their grip. The need for approval fades. The fear of being misunderstood softens. The urge to match someone else's aggression with your own dissolves. You realize you don't have to mirror the chaos around you. You can be the calm that reminds people there's another way to live. Plato once said, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself." He wasn't talking about domination. He was talking about discipline, self-awareness, the quiet strength of someone who knows their worth and doesn't need to scream it at the world. Because when you're still running an old script, it's not just your emotions that suffer, it's your relationships, your peace, your potential. How many doors have you closed because you reacted too quickly? How many connections have you damaged because the old story said, "If they don't respect me immediately, cut them off"? That story might have protected you once, but now it's probably keeping you small. Taking authorship of your reactions means you're no longer a puppet of past pain. You start recognizing the patterns. You feel the heat rising, and instead of acting on it, you sit with it. You ask yourself, what would my highest self do here? And then you do that, even if it's hard, especially if it's hard. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." And if that feels too heavy, let's flip it. The examined life is where you find your peace. That's where you begin to experience something rare in this world. Sovereignty over your inner world. That's not something someone gives you. That's something you claim. And yes, it takes work. Yes, it's uncomfortable at times. Watching yourself isn't always fun, but neither is staying stuck in patterns that keep you reactive, restless, and resentful. When you stop reacting from the script, you start writing something new. You stop being the echo of every harsh word you've ever heard. You stop playing out roles written by fear, ego, or childhood defense mechanisms. You start living from choice, and people around you will feel the difference. They'll notice you don't flinch the way you used to, that you're not baited by sarcasm or passive aggression, that you don't need to win every interaction. You'll stop chasing closure from people who can't even give it to themselves. You'll stop needing every misunderstanding to be corrected. Sometimes you'll just let it go, not because you're defeated, but because you've chosen peace over performance. That's emotional authorship. That's power. And here's what's even more beautiful. When you start living this way, your presence becomes medicine for yourself, for others. You give people permission to slow down, to reflect, to drop their guard, because your stillness reminds them that maybe, just maybe, they don't have to keep playing the same roles either. So the next time you feel triggered, remember this: that first surge of emotion, it's not you, it's the script, and you don't have to follow it. You can pause, breathe, reclaim the pen, and write something better. Every time you do, you become less of a puppet and more of a presence, less of a reaction and more of a response. And that, right there, is the path to peace. Because the only real control you have is how you choose to show up. Not what they do, not what they say, just you, your awareness, your choices, your script. And if you've come this far and something in you is waking up, if this resonates in a way you didn't expect, it's not by accident. You were meant to hear it. You didn't lose control when they said the words. You lost it the moment you took them personally, that split second when your heart tightened, your jaw locked, and your mind began spinning with comebacks and judgments. That was the real surrender. The moment you got offended, you gave away your power, and most of us do it without even realizing, not because we're weak, but because we've been trained to believe that offense is a natural, automatic response. Someone insults you, you feel wounded. Someone disagrees with you, you feel threatened. Someone misunderstands you, and suddenly you feel invisible. But what if that pain, that sting, that emotional drop wasn't something that happened to you, but something you allowed? We live in a world where offense is currency. It's how people bond, how they gain attention, how they define themselves, by what makes them angry. But when everything offends you, you're no longer responding to reality. You're reacting to a fragile self-image, one that requires constant protection and reinforcement, and that's exhausting. Aristotle once said, "Anybody can become angry, that is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, is not within everybody's power." He was pointing to something most people overlook. Real emotional power isn't found in reaction. It's found in restraint, in discernment, in choosing what deserves your energy. Because here's the thing, offense is not objective. What hurts you might not even register for someone else. It's not the event, it's your interpretation. It's the story your mind tells the second something uncomfortable happens. They're disrespecting me. They don't value me. They're trying to hurt me. And once that narrative locks in, your nervous system reacts as if it's the truth. But offense isn't an alarm. It's a mirror. It reflects what parts of your identity are still fragile, still unhealed. That's where your real work lives. Not in silencing the world around you, but in strengthening the world within you. Because when your sense of worth depends on everyone treating you perfectly, you're always at risk. One sharp word, one misstep, and your peace disappears. What makes someone truly unbothered isn't numbness, it's clarity. It's knowing that your value doesn't rise or fall based on someone else's opinion. It's knowing that you don't need everyone to understand you. You don't need every comment to be kind. You don't even need to be agreed with. What you need is to stop volunteering your power to people who haven't earned it. That power isn't something they take, it's something you give. Every time you let someone's words decide your mood, every time you shrink or explode to defend an identity, every time you let offense define the moment instead of your principles. And the more often that happens, the more you train your mind to look for disrespect, for betrayal, for injustice, even when it's not there. Plato warned us long ago. We can easily forgive a child who is afraid of the dark. The real tragedy of life is when men are afraid of the light. And this is exactly that. We become afraid of truth, of growth, of self-responsibility, because it means we can no longer blame the world for how we feel. And that's uncomfortable at first, but it's also freeing. Because if you're not responsible for your reactions, then you're just a puppet. You're always at the mercy of the next person's behavior, the next careless comment, the next disagreement. But if you are responsible, then everything changes. You realize you have options. You can pause, reflect, reframe, choose. You can learn to ask yourself better questions in the heat of the moment. Not, why are they like this? But, why does this hit me so hard? Not, how dare they? But, what part of me still needs this kind of validation? That level of self-honesty might sting at first, but it liberates you, because it puts the focus back where it belongs, on your inner world. You start to see offense not as an injury, but as insight, as feedback, as a signal that something in you is still raw, still seeking approval, still trying to prove its worth. And when you can look at that without flinching, without running, without blaming, that's when you start to grow. Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Getting offended is often just fighting the old. Old beliefs, old stories, old defenses. But when you stop feeding that loop, you can start building something stronger, a new default, one rooted in confidence, in composure, in quiet strength. You stop reacting from your wounds and start responding from your values. You become harder to provoke, not because you're colder, but because you're wiser. Because you know the difference between something that's harmful and something that's just uncomfortable. Between disrespect and misunderstanding. Between actual threats and imagined ones. The moment you realize you don't have to respond to every challenge is the moment you step into a deeper kind of freedom. And that freedom isn't about letting people walk all over you. It's about refusing to let them walk inside your mind without permission. Let's say someone insults you. You hear it, you feel it, but you don't react. You don't internalize it. You watch it like a passing car. It's there. You see it, but it doesn't hit you. That's not detachment. That's self-respect. You respect yourself enough not to let a few careless words rewrite your self-image. And when you operate from that place, your energy changes. You stop needing to prove yourself in every interaction. You stop getting sucked into pointless arguments. You stop throwing away your peace like it's cheap. And people feel it. They may not say it, but they sense the difference. That groundedness, that emotional weight, that quiet command that says, "I'm not here to be triggered, I'm here to be free." Freedom, in this sense, isn't just about time or money or lifestyle. It's emotional sovereignty. It's knowing that you are the one in charge of how you feel, not the world, not the crowd, not the algorithm, not the stranger in the comments. You. And yes, it's hard sometimes. Especially when the insult feels personal, when it echoes something you already feared was true. That's when offense feels most justified. But it's also when the opportunity for growth is greatest, because it invites you to look inside and ask, is this something I believe about myself? If it is, work on it. If it's not, let it go. Either way, you win. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That quote alone could change your life if you take it seriously, because it shifts the whole focus from blame to clarity, from defensiveness to depth, from being a victim of every interaction to becoming the master of your inner experience. That doesn't mean you won't feel things. You will. You're human. But feeling something doesn't mean you have to act on it. And that's where power lives, in the space between the feeling and the action, in the choice to breathe instead of lash out, to listen instead of argue, to let the moment pass without turning it into a storm. So the next time you feel the sting of offense rising, remember, this is a fork in the road. You can give your power away or you can keep it. You can replay the insult in your head all night, or you can see it for what it is, a passing thought from someone who may not even understand themselves. Because in the end, what offends you reveals more about you than it does about them. It points to the edges of your ego, the cracks in your confidence, the places you're still not fully at peace with who you are. And when you heal those places, the world stops being so loud, so hostile, so threatening. You start to move differently, speak differently, think differently. You don't walk into every room trying to protect yourself. You walk in already whole. It's about knowing you don't need to be offended to stand strong. And when you finally stop giving it away, that power becomes yours again, fully, quietly, permanently. When someone lashes out, mocks you, or treats you coldly for no clear reason, your first instinct might be to take it personally, to believe it's an attack, to feel like you did something wrong or that you're somehow not enough. That's how we've been trained to think. If they're upset, it must be about us. If they're distant, we must have failed. But the truth, the deeper truth, is this. They're not attacking you. They're bleeding on you. That anger, that sarcasm, that sharp look, it's not a weapon aimed at your identity. It's a symptom of something unhealed in them. Pain has a way of leaking out. Sometimes it erupts, sometimes it festers silently, but it always shows up somewhere, and often it lands on the people closest by. You just happen to be standing there when it spilled over. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." What he meant is this: the more you understand your own wounds, your own emotional history, the easier it becomes to see that others aren't trying to hurt you. They're trying to survive themselves. And sometimes survival looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like control. Sometimes it looks like cruelty. But in almost every case, it's just pain in disguise. Think about how you behave when you're hurting. Do you always communicate clearly? Are you always patient, open and kind when you're overwhelmed, scared or grieving something privately? Probably not. That's not because you're a bad person. It's because pain narrows the mind. It turns the heart inward. It shuts down empathy. And that's what happens to others too. But here's where most people get stuck. They think recognizing someone else's pain means excusing their behavior. It doesn't. You can still set boundaries. You can still say, "This isn't okay." But you say it with clarity, not with confusion. You say it without tying their pain to your worth. Because when someone treats you with disrespect, the danger isn't just what they say or do. It's what your mind makes of it. The interpretation, the story that forms. They ignored me, so I must not be valuable. They yelled at me, so maybe I deserved it. These quiet conclusions are where the real damage lives. But when you remember that their behavior is about them, not you, something changes. You stop absorbing the energy. You stop replaying the moment on a loop. You don't carry it into your sleep, your relationships, your self-image. You see the pain for what it is, misplaced, misdirected, misunderstood, but not yours to carry. Socrates taught that people are not angry at you. They are angry at themselves for not being able to manage you. That's a humbling thought. What seems like an attack is often a reaction to their own lack of control, their own inner chaos. Your calm, your confidence, your silence. It reminds them of what they haven't resolved. And sometimes that's enough to trigger them. It's not your job to fix them, but it is your responsibility not to internalize it. Because if you let their bleeding define you, you become a reflection of their wounds, not your truth. You start to react instead of respond. You match their tone. You mirror their dysfunction. And slowly, without noticing, you become part of the pain cycle too. But there's another path. One where you don't have to retaliate. One where you don't have to shrink. One where you simply stand in your strength and say, I see what this is, and it's not mine. That's not indifference, it's mastery. It's the kind of inner stillness that can only come when you realize your self-worth doesn't rise or fall with someone else's mood. Plato once wrote, "Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle." He didn't say everyone deserves your energy, but he did remind us that most people are carrying something invisible, an old betrayal, a deep fear, a relentless voice in their head that never lets them rest. And when that pressure builds, it erupts, often onto the wrong person. That doesn't mean you should accept mistreatment. It means you no longer mistake it for truth. This is how you hold your ground. You recognize the pain. You honor your own boundary. But you don't take the insult into your identity. You don't let someone else's behavior rewrite your story. You just let it pass. Not because you're weak, but because you're finally strong enough not to need their validation. And what happens over time is remarkable. You start to see patterns that were invisible before. You notice how often people lash out after being hurt, how quickly coldness follows insecurity, how silence often masks fear of rejection. Suddenly, the behavior that once confused or wounded you becomes easier to interpret. You stop guessing what's wrong with you and start understanding what's unresolved in them. That shift is subtle, but it's everything. It's the difference between spending hours trying to fix yourself to win someone's approval and spending that same time returning to your own peace. It's the difference between reacting with anger and responding with clarity. It's the difference between making someone else's wounds about you and letting them stay where they belong. But let's be honest, this isn't easy, especially when the words cut deep. When they come from someone you love or someone you trusted. In those moments, it's natural to feel shaken. That's okay. You're not a robot. You're not here to be untouched. But you are here to be aware, to notice the reaction, to witness it, and then to remind yourself, this pain is theirs, not mine. Because the moment you internalize it, you make it part of your identity. And once it's in there, it becomes harder to shake. You carry it into the next interaction, the next relationship, the next version of yourself. And before you know it, your reflection is shaped not by truth, but by wounds that never belonged to you. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. So is peace. So is presence. So is emotional freedom. It's not a one-time epiphany. It's a daily choice. To return to your center, to see things clearly, to feel the pain without becoming it. The next time someone is sharp with you, try this. Pause. Take one breath, then say silently, "This is their storm, not mine." You don't need to fix it. You don't need to understand it. You just need to know that it's not a reflection of you. And if that helps even once, if it saves your peace for one day, then it's worth it. Because the people who bleed on you, they may never know the impact of their words, but you do. And that awareness gives you something rare, the ability to stop the cycle, to end the transfer of pain, to feel what's happening around you without letting it redefine what's happening within you. So when the world gets loud and the comments get sharp and the people around you forget their own worth and try to project it onto you, stay rooted, not defensive, not dismissive, just steady. No one tells you this when you're young, but the deepest emotional pain you'll feel in life often won't come from what people do. It'll come from what you expected them to do, and they didn't. That sting you carry, the disappointment that lingers, the tension you replay in your head late at night, it's usually not about the words said or the silence that followed. It's about the invisible contract you were holding on to, the one that said, "If I'm kind, they'll respect me. If I show up, they'll value me. If I'm honest, they'll never hurt me." But no one signed that contract except you. And when life doesn't follow your script, it feels like betrayal. But it's not betrayal. It's life being life. It's people being human. And it's you slowly learning that your expectations were never guarantees. They were silent demands that the world didn't agree to. Aristotle once said, "Hope is a waking dream." But unexamined expectations? They're more like sleeping traps. You walk into them blindly, thinking the world owes you something, thinking people will love you the way you love them, thinking fairness is a rule, not a hope. And when those expectations collapse, it doesn't just hurt, it breaks a version of reality you thought was secure. We don't often realize it, but most of our emotional suffering is self-authored, not consciously, not with malice, but through the quiet, constant creation of inner contracts. With our friends, our partners, our family, even with strangers. We walk through life believing, if I do this, I should get that. But life doesn't work like a vending machine. You don't insert kindness and always get appreciation. You don't give your best and automatically receive fairness. People don't play by rules they never knew they were part of. And that's where the pain comes from. When someone forgets to acknowledge your effort, it cuts. Not because of the act itself, but because of what you expected in return. When you open up to someone and they pull away, it burns. Not because sharing was wrong, but because you assumed they'd hold space for you. We don't just get hurt by what happens, we get hurt by what we thought should happen instead. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." But I'd add that the most freeing thing might be to accept others as they are too. Not as we hoped they'd be, not as we assumed they'd act, but as they actually show up. Because when you stop expecting people to behave like versions of themselves you created in your mind, you finally let reality breathe. And with that breath comes peace. This doesn't mean giving up on standards. It doesn't mean settling or tolerating harm. It means learning the difference between a value and an expectation. A value is how you choose to live. An expectation is how you believe others should live in response. One gives you power. The other slowly drains it. Plato once said, "Wise men speak because they have something to say. Fools because they have to say something." In a similar way, wise people give because it's who they are, not because they're trying to force an outcome. When you remove the hidden strings from your actions, you start doing things from love, not leverage. That's rare, and that's powerful. Think of how often you've felt let down by someone who didn't even know they were on a stage, reading from a script you wrote in your head. You thought, they should know better, they should have said something, they should have shown up. But maybe they weren't trying to hurt you. Maybe they were just being themselves, imperfect, unaware, or operating from their own unspoken scripts. And maybe the real pain wasn't from what they did, but from what you expected them to do and never questioned until it was too late. Socrates reminded us, "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing." That includes knowing how someone should respond or what someone should feel. The truth is, we barely understand ourselves fully. So expecting others to meet us exactly where we think they should, at the exact emotional level we hoped for, that's setting yourself up to suffer. What if you started giving without needing something in return? What if you loved people for who they are, not who you hope they'll become? What if you let kindness be your baseline, not your bargaining chip? That's not weakness, that's emotional freedom. Because the moment you let go of the emotional contracts, those silent agreements where you believed your effort should guarantee you something, you start seeing people and situations more clearly. You respond based on values, not resentments. You stop punishing people for failing to fulfill roles they never auditioned for. It's not easy at first. The ego loves to keep score. I did this. Why didn't they do that? But the soul doesn't play that game. The soul gives. The soul forgives. the soul moves on, not to avoid pain, but because it knows clinging to invisible contracts only leads to bitterness. And that bitterness, it's like drinking poison and waiting for someone else to feel it. Let it go. Write a new kind of contract, one that only involves you. One that says, I will speak honestly. I will show up fully. I will act with integrity. Not because I expect a return, but because that's who I've chosen to be. That's where real strength begins. That's where you stop being controlled by disappointment. Because disappointment doesn't come from others. It comes from your story about them. Carl Jung also said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. And what irritates us most? When people don't act how we imagined. When reality doesn't match the emotional contract we were secretly holding. But instead of using that as fuel for frustration, use it as fuel for growth. Ask, what was I expecting? Why did I expect that? Was that fair? Sometimes it's not about lowering your expectations. It's about letting go of the hidden ones, the ones you never voiced, the ones you didn't even know were running the show. Once those are gone, something beautiful takes their place. Gratitude. You start to appreciate people for what they do bring, not just what they don't. You begin to see life not as something that owes you a return on every investment, but as something rich in unpredictability. And oddly enough, when you stop expecting so much from others, they often show up more sincerely, because there's no pressure, no scorekeeping, no silent weight they can feel but can't understand. You're just free. And if you've ever wondered why life feels so heavy sometimes, it's not always because of what's happening. It's often because of what you expected to happen and now have to let go of. Most of the pain you carry isn't from what the world does to you. It's from who you think you have to be in it. The person you believe you are, or more accurately, the person you think you're supposed to be, is often the very reason you feel offended, rejected, or overwhelmed. That identity, the image you've been shaping and protecting for years, isn't just how you see yourself. It's a contract your ego wrote behind your back, full of terms that you never consciously agreed to, yet follow every single day. It says things like, if I'm smart, I can't be wrong. If I'm kind, people must treat me gently. If I'm successful, everyone should respect me. These rules seem invisible, but you feel them every time someone touches a nerve. Every time someone questions you, interrupts you, underestimates you, or doesn't see you the way you see yourself, something inside tightens. And it's not just discomfort, it's fear. Fear that this identity you've built is being challenged. And if that identity breaks, you're left wondering what's underneath. Plato once said, the first and best victory is to conquer self. But how do you conquer something you don't fully understand? Most people don't realize that the image they're defending isn't who they truly are. It's a mask, a performance, a structure of beliefs built on experience, repetition, and the need to survive emotionally. It's not evil, it's not wrong, but it's fragile. And that's the problem. You suffer every time the world doesn't match your inner script. If someone calls you lazy and you see yourself as hardworking, the sting isn't in their words, it's in the clash. If someone ignores you and you pride yourself on being important, the pain isn't in the silence, it's in what it says about your value. Your identity resists anything that contradicts its narrative, and when it resists, it creates conflict, inside first, then outside. Carl Jung said, we cannot change anything unless we accept it, and that includes the self. But acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It means recognizing the parts of you that are built on fear, approval, and pressure, and being willing to let them soften, being willing to question them. Because when you ask, who am I, really, most people respond with roles, titles, labels, I'm a good person. I'm a leader. I'm not someone who gets disrespected. But these identities are often built defensively, not to express who we are, but to avoid who we fear being. So we hold tightly to them, and the tighter we hold, the more easily we break. What if your identity contract didn't need to be defended? What if you didn't need to be seen as right all the time, or strong all the time, or unbothered all the time? What if you could just be, without explanation, without apology, without the mental gymnastics of proving who you are? Socrates reminded us, the unexamined life is not worth living, and when you stop to really examine your emotional patterns, what you often find is that pain follows protection. The more you protect an identity, the more vulnerable you become to anything that threatens it. That's not confidence, that's prison, because then your peace depends on how others see you, how they speak to you, whether they get you or not. But freedom. Freedom is knowing who you are at your core, beyond the job, the compliments, the reputation. It's being secure in your character, even when someone else questions your behavior. It's being rooted in your values, even when someone misunderstands your actions. It's the quiet knowing that you don't have to be seen as perfect to be whole. Aristotle believed that knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom, but knowing yourself means more than just being aware of your preferences or goals. It means being willing to dismantle the identity you've built if it's keeping you from peace. It means asking, is this version of me helping me grow, or just keeping me safe? Safe from judgment, safe from rejection, safe from ever having to admit you're still learning, still evolving, still unfinished. And when you let go of the identity contract, something surprising happens. You become less reactive. You stop seeing every disagreement as a personal attack. You stop needing every interaction to affirm who you are. You don't need to correct every misunderstanding. You don't need to chase every lost perception. You can let people think what they think because you know who you are, and that knowing doesn't need defending. But here's the paradox. The ego convinces you that defending your image is strength, that being seen as certain, unshakable, and always composed is the goal. But real strength is humility. It's being able to say, yes, I used to believe that. I've changed. Or maybe I was wrong. Or I don't need to convince you. That's not weakness, that's power. Because now your identity isn't rigid. It's alive. It breathes. It adapts. It evolves. And it doesn't collapse every time someone pushes back. Think about how much energy you've spent trying to manage your image. How many words you've used to explain yourself. How many moments you've lost replaying a comment or conversation just because someone didn't see you the way you wanted to be seen. That's not living. That's reacting. And reaction is always rooted in fear. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of not being enough. Fear that if the image cracks, you'll fall apart. But you won't, because you are not the image. You are the awareness behind it. Carl Jung also said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who you were told to be, not who you think you have to be, who you truly are when you strip away the labels, the pressure, the performance. That version of you doesn't need applause, it doesn't need defense, it just exists, steady, present, and real. And when you start living from that place, you become untouchable in a different way. Not because nothing affects you, but because nothing defines you without your permission. You're no longer chained to reactions, you respond. From clarity, from wholeness, from depth. That's why the person you think you are, the one you've been holding on to, is often the root of your suffering. Because as long as your peace depends on protecting that version, you'll never feel safe. You'll always be chasing approval, dodging criticism, trying to stay inside the lines of an identity that may have served you once, but now just limits you. So tear up the contract. You don't need to be the smartest in the room, or the most respected, or the most agreeable. You just need to be honest with yourself about what you're still clinging to, about the parts of you that still feel like they need to earn love, respect, or belonging. And once you can admit that, you're already free, because now you're not driven by image, you're guided by truth. Your truth, the one that doesn't require performance or perfection, just presence. At some point you learn to wear a mask, not the kind you see in costume shops, but the invisible kind. The smile when you're hurt, the silence when you want to scream, the confidence that hides uncertainty. It didn't happen all at once. Maybe you started shrinking your truth in a relationship to keep the peace. Maybe you held back your pain to avoid being seen as dramatic. Or maybe you overachieved, over-explained, overcompensated just to feel like you were finally enough. The mask isn't evil. It was born from survival, from moments when you felt it was safer to perform than to be seen. It helped you navigate a world that isn't always kind to authenticity. But as time went on, the mask stopped being a tool and started becoming your identity. You forgot where it ended and you began. And now you're exhausted, not because you're weak, but because living out of alignment is one of the heaviest things a person can carry. Every interaction becomes a calculation, every conversation a performance. Every room you walk into feels like a stage where you have to measure your words, tone down your opinions, or play the part others expect of you. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But before you can become that person, you have to let go of who you're pretending to be. The version of yourself built to impress, to protect, to please. That version might have gotten you approval, but it never brought you peace. It might have kept you liked, but it didn't make you feel loved, not really, because you always knew deep down they weren't loving you, just the mask. And that's where the suffering begins. Because pretending is a kind of betrayal, a soft one, a subtle one, but a betrayal nonetheless. Every time you silence your truth to be accepted, a piece of your soul pays the price. Every time you laugh at something that hurts you, downplay your needs, or act unaffected when you're actually falling apart, the gap between who you are and who you present widens. Socrates once said, "To know thyself is the beginning of wisdom." But knowing yourself requires looking at the parts you've hidden, not just from others, but from yourself. It means asking the hard questions. Who am I when no one is watching? What do I believe when I stop trying to be agreeable? What do I actually want, not just what's expected? The answers might shake you. They might unravel the persona you've spent years building. But what's waiting on the other side is something infinitely more real and more peaceful. Because when you burn the mask, you stop negotiating for belonging. You stop earning your worth through performance. You stop being afraid of being misunderstood because you finally understand yourself. Aristotle said, "Happiness belongs to the self-sufficient." And self-sufficiency isn't just about material independence. It's about emotional sovereignty. It's the ability to show up as you are, unapologetically, and let the world respond however it will. Some people will draw closer, some will walk away. But either way, you're finally being seen, not for the role, not for the reputation, but for the soul beneath it all. There's a kind of freedom that only comes when you stop protecting the mask. It's not loud, it's not dramatic, it's quiet and steady. It looks like speaking honestly, even when your voice trembles. It looks like choosing peace over perfection. It looks like no longer needing to prove your value in every room you walk into. And no, It doesn't mean you abandon growth. It means you grow from truth, not pressure. It means you develop, not to become worthy, but because you already are. You're not chasing wholeness anymore. You're coming back to it. People will feel the difference. When you live without a mask, your presence becomes magnetic. Not because you're trying to be impressive, but because you're real. Because people can sense when someone is grounded in their truth. There's a quiet strength in it, a peace that doesn't need to be explained. The world may not always reward it, but your soul will. Carl Jung also reminded us the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. But if you can do that, if you can look at your fears, flaws, and desires without turning away, you'll stop needing the mask. Because now you're not hiding from others. You're no longer hiding from yourself. Most people walk through life hoping it'll be smooth, calm, predictable. They say things like, "I just want peace," or "I can't handle another problem right now," as if life is supposed to wait until they feel ready. But life doesn't ask for your permission. Chaos doesn't knock before it enters. The question is never if it'll arrive. It's how you'll handle it when it does. That's the difference between being reactive and being ready. Emotional resilience isn't built in peaceful moments. It's built before the storm, in silence, through something the Stoics called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. The idea was simple but powerful. Visualize what could go wrong before it does, so you're not blindsided by it. Not to create fear, not to attract suffering, but to rehearse your response, to train your mind for impact before impact hits. Most people don't do this. They walk around with unspoken assumptions. Today will go well, people will be respectful, nothing will go wrong. So when someone's rude, when a plan falls apart, when emotions run high, they collapse. Not because the situation was unbearable, but because they never mentally prepared for it. And what you don't prepare for will own you. Imagine starting your day with just 2 minutes of premeditation. You pause and think, today I might be ignored, someone might disappoint me, I might feel triggered. And then you mentally walk through those scenarios, not with panic, but with calm. You see the person rolling their eyes, you feel the tension rise, and instead of reacting, you breathe. You choose silence. You picture yourself grounded. What you're doing in that moment is building muscle, not physical muscle, but emotional muscle. And like all muscle, it only grows through resistance. The Stoics weren't pessimists. They weren't obsessed with pain. They were wise enough to know that the best way to stay calm is to expect the heat and rehearse staying cool inside it. Aristotle said, "We become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, brave by doing brave acts." But how do you start acting brave if you've never practiced it in your mind? The brain doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. Athletes use mental rehearsal, so do performers, soldiers, surgeons. Why not you? When you rehearse chaos before it finds you, you shift from being emotionally fragile to emotionally prepared. You no longer rely on circumstances to keep you balanced. You rely on training. And that training is simple. Visualize the hard thing and visualize yourself moving through it with grace. Think about how powerful that is. Someone interrupts you in a meeting. In the past, your heart would have jumped, your pride would have snapped back. But now, you've seen this before, in your mind. You've trained for this, so you pause, you breathe, you let the moment pass without letting it control you. That pause, that's the product of rehearsal. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Mental premeditation is how you make the unconscious conscious. You shine light on the situations that usually trigger you and say, "I see you coming." And because you've already practiced your piece, You don't have to build it in the middle of the storm. This isn't about becoming paranoid. It's about becoming prepared. Life will bring discomfort. That's not a flaw in the system. It's part of the design. People will misunderstand you. Delays will happen. People you love will disappoint you. If you expect smoothness, every bump feels like an attack. But if you've rehearsed the bumps, you glide over them, not because they don't hurt, but because they don't surprise you. Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Rehearsing chaos isn't about obsessing over the past. It's about building new wiring in your mind, so when tension comes, you don't default to panic or blame. You default to stillness. You become like a ship that doesn't sink when the waves hit. Not because it never encountered a storm, but because it was built for it. That's what you're doing every time you mentally walk through a difficult moment and train your reaction, not to be perfect, but to be present. Not to control the world, but to stay in control of yourself. And here's what happens when you live this way. The world stops feeling so threatening, not because it changes, but because you change. You stop fearing people's opinions because you've already rehearsed, not needing them. You stop dreading tough conversations because you've already imagined staying grounded through them. You stop reacting to every inconvenience like it's personal, because you've trained your mind to see it as a test, not an attack. Peace is a practice. Strength is a rehearsal. You don't become calm by accident. You become calm by choice, made over and over again in your thoughts before the moment arrives. So start small. Each morning ask yourself, what could challenge me today? Who might frustrate me? What could go wrong? And then see yourself responding, not with anger or fear, but with awareness. Breathe into it. Don't run from the scenario. Meet it with your mind. That's your mental gym. That's where resilience is born. It's not the pain that breaks you. It's the fact that you didn't see it coming. The betrayal, the silence, the shift in someone's energy. The moment it hits, your chest tightens, not just from the sting of it, but from the shock. How could they do this? Why now? Where did this come from? That's the real wound. The pain is sharp, yes, but the surprise is what makes it unbearable. You expected something else, that's why it hurts. You assumed loyalty would be returned, that your effort would be seen, that someone would treat you the way you would have treated them. And when they didn't, it shattered not just the moment, but your belief in how things were supposed to go. It wasn't just heartbreak, it was the disruption of your inner world. We don't suffer most from injury, we suffer from disorientation. Aristotle once said, "The aim of the wise is not to secure pleasure, but to avoid pain." But even the wise cannot avoid all pain. What they do avoid is being shocked by it, because they expect it. Not in a cynical way, but in a prepared way. They rehearse the possibility. They leave space for life to be unpredictable, for people to be imperfect. And in that space, they cushion themselves from collapse. The moment you think the world owes you consistency, you've set yourself up to be knocked off center. You might not realize it, but you're carrying expectations around like invisible glass towers. You build them without warning. You stack them on people, on plans, on circumstances. And when life bumps into them, and it always does, they crash. And you call it pain. But it wasn't the bump. It was the blindness. You didn't think it could happen. That they could change. That life could turn left so quickly. And so you crumble. Not because you're weak, but because surprise feels like betrayal. And betrayal, even when unintentional, shakes the foundation. Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." And we resist acknowledging that people are unpredictable, that outcomes can shift, that tomorrow is not promised. So we cling to how we think things should unfold. And when they don't, we interpret the change as suffering, But what if you stopped expecting smoothness? What if instead you built your internal world with enough flexibility to absorb the impact? That doesn't mean living in fear. It means walking into life with open eyes, seeing things clearly, preparing your mind, not for disaster, but for reality. The Stoics understood this. They practiced premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. They would wake up and ask themselves, who might upset me today? What hardship could I face? Not because they were pessimists, but because they knew that pain is inevitable, but being shocked by it is optional. It's the difference between being hit and being hit off guard. You've felt this before. The moment you were criticized out of nowhere, the breakup you didn't expect, the job you thought was secure that suddenly vanished, the pain itself you could have handled, but the story your mind told, the story that said this isn't how it was supposed to go, that's what broke you. Socrates reminded us, he who is not contented with what he has would not be contented with what he would like to have. That includes emotional expectations. If you demand constant ease, constant praise, constant alignment with your ideals, then you'll live in a state of emotional fragility. Every deviation becomes devastation. But when you begin to expect that pain is part of the journey, not the enemy, but the teacher, you start to move differently. You stop reacting like a victim and start responding like a student. You stop asking, why me? And start asking, what now? The surprise fades, the shock softens, and what remains is clarity. That clarity says, yes, it hurts. But no, I'm not broken. It says, I didn't see this coming, but I was ready anyway. That's a powerful place to live from. It's not about anticipating every event. You can't. Life will always hold surprises, but it is about shifting your relationship to those surprises. Learning not to build your identity around what you expect, but around how you adapt. When someone lets you down, it doesn't shake your foundation because you never built it on them in the first place. When plans fall through, you adjust because you never believed control was your security. When life turns suddenly, you pause because your strength comes from response, not prediction. This mindset won't eliminate pain, but it will eliminate the extra pain, the confusion, the disbelief, the spiraling. It will allow you to feel what's real without being consumed by what's imagined. Plato said, reality is created by the mind. We can change our reality by changing our mind. When you stop believing that life must always align with your hopes and start accepting that it often won't, you stop being thrown every time it doesn't. You become steady. You become ready. And in that readiness, peace begins to grow. So the next time life hits hard, pause, ask yourself, is this pain real, or is this the result of surprise? And if it's the surprise, smile quietly. You just found your edge. Now it's time to round it out. Anger doesn't always shout. Sometimes it simmers. Sometimes it explodes. Sometimes it looks like control, and sometimes it looks like collapse. But almost every time, if you really strip it down, it's not about the principle. It's about the ego. That voice inside that whispers, how dare they? The one that takes things personally, that needs to be right, that equates being challenged with being disrespected. The truth is, anger, especially the kind that owns you, isn't a noble defender of justice. It's usually just pride in a costume. We love to think our anger is justified. We say things like, I'm just standing up for myself, or I won't let anyone treat me that way. But beneath those phrases is often a fragile identity trying to protect itself from being pierced. We confuse ego preservation with personal integrity, but they're not the same. Carl Jung said, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. that irritation, that quick rise of emotion, it's a flare. Not from the world, but from within. It signals where we've attached our worth to something external, someone's approval, someone's tone, someone's understanding. And when that external thing shifts, our ego scrambles, it panics, it burns, and that fire becomes our reaction. Anger can feel powerful, it can feel clarifying, even addictive, because it gives you something to hold when things feel out of control. It becomes a mask for deeper emotions you don't want to face: shame, insecurity, fear of not being seen. And so instead of asking, "Why does this hurt?" you say, "They shouldn't have done that." The attention shifts outward. The energy turns defensive. The wound hides. Socrates once said, "An unexamined life is not worth living," and an unexamined anger is especially dangerous, because it convinces you that it's noble, that it's honest, that it's who you are. But anger, left unexamined, becomes a tool of the ego. It doesn't ask for truth. It demands dominance. It doesn't seek peace. It seeks validation. We've all felt it. That moment when someone interrupts you and your body tightens, when you're criticized and your pride jumps in to defend, when you're misunderstood and you feel the urge to correct, to shout, to prove. But those reactions don't come from clarity. They come from identity, from the unconscious belief that I must be seen a certain way or I am not enough. Aristotle said, "Anybody can become angry, that is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose, and in the right way, that is not easy." That kind of anger is rare, because most people don't pause to check the source. They just let it spill, onto loved ones, onto strangers, onto themselves, and then they live in the aftermath: apologies, guilt, distance, regret. But what if you did pause? What if, in that heated moment, instead of speaking from fire, you asked yourself, "What part of me feels threatened right now?" That question softens the edges. It brings light to the ego's grip, and once you see it, you're not held hostage by it anymore. The ego thrives in silence, in your silence. It grows when you don't examine your reactions, when you confuse volume with truth, when you let pride speak louder than presence. But when you bring awareness into the heat, the ego shrinks, not instantly, but steadily. This isn't about becoming emotionless, it's about becoming conscious, so that your anger doesn't destroy what you're trying to protect, so that you stop fighting for your identity and start living from your essence. There's a difference. One is reactive, defensive, exhausting. The other is calm, grounded, free. Plato said, "Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something." When anger rules you, you have to say something. You feel compelled to defend, to prove, to explain. But when you're grounded in truth, you can speak only when it serves peace. You can stay silent not out of weakness, but out of power. And here's the paradox. The less you act from ego, the more people feel your strength. You stop chasing validation and start radiating stability. You stop needing to win arguments and start owning your energy. People feel safer around you, not because you're passive, but because you're not explosive, because your calm is real. So when anger comes, and it will, don't fight it, don't shame it. Just slow it down, peel it back. Ask yourself, what am I protecting right now? What belief about myself feels at risk? And then breathe. Because that breath, that space, that's where you take your power back. You won't always get it right. You'll snap sometimes. That's okay. Growth isn't perfect. But every time you choose reflection over reaction, you rewrite the script. You become less controlled by pride, more anchored in truth. Most people think power is loud, that it looks like dominance, quick words, sharp comebacks. that if you don't speak up immediately, you've lost the moment. But real power, deep, grounded, unshakable power, often looks like stillness. Not because you have nothing to say, but because you're strong enough to wait, because you've realized that silence isn't weakness, it's wisdom. In the space between reaction and response, there's a door. Most people rush right past it. Something gets said, emotions rise, and the mouth opens before the mind catches up. But when you pause, when you say nothing and feel everything, you enter that door. That's where awareness lives. That's where you stop being driven by emotion and start observing it. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The sacred pause is how you begin making the unconscious conscious. It's how you step outside the automatic programming, the defensiveness, the insecurity, the ego, and ask, what's really going on in me right now? That one breath, that one beat of silence, tells you more than 1,000 words ever could. It shows you where your wounds are, where your triggers live, where your values begin and your pride ends. It reveals whether you're about to speak from clarity or from fear, whether what you're about to say is helpful or just habitual. We live in a culture that idolizes speed, quick replies, instant opinions, but wisdom doesn't rush, truth doesn't shout, and the people who've mastered themselves the most aren't the ones with the best arguments. They're the ones who can hold silence without needing to fill it. Aristotle said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom," but self-knowledge doesn't arrive in the middle of an emotional storm. It comes in the stillness, in the pause, in the choice not to lash out just because something stung. When you feel everything, without reacting to all of it, you gain access to something most people never touch: discernment. You learn the difference between pain and truth, between urgency and importance, between what needs to be said now and what's better left unspoken. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is not defend yourself, not because you're surrendering, but because you no longer need every moment to prove something. You're not building your identity on reactions anymore. You've outgrown that. You'd rather be at peace than be right. You'd rather be aligned than be loud. Socrates reminded us, the greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be. And most of us pretend to be strong. But strength isn't in dominance. It's in discipline, in the ability to hold your energy, to observe the chaos without becoming it, to stay grounded even when your emotions beg you to speak. This doesn't mean you suppress how you feel. It means you feel more, not less. You feel deeper. Because when you don't rush to react, you finally hear the full message your emotions are trying to send. You realize that the anger is protecting something vulnerable, that the sadness isn't weakness, it's longing, that the anxiety is pointing to where you still seek control, and you can sit with all of it without judgment. This is emotional sovereignty, the ability to respond from awareness rather than react from conditioning. And the beautiful part? That pause grows stronger every time you choose it. Every moment you decide to wait, to breathe, to feel without responding, you're strengthening a muscle. You're retraining your nervous system. You're becoming a calmer, more powerful version of yourself. One who can weather storms, not because they don't hurt, but because you're no longer swept away by every wave. Plato said, "Wise men speak because they have something to say, fools because they have to say something." The sacred pause gives you time to discover which one you're about to be. And if you wait long enough, if you let the emotion pass through fully, you'll notice something remarkable. What felt like urgency often fades. What felt like injustice often softens. What felt like an emergency often turns out to be just another test of your presence. Saying nothing doesn't mean you do nothing. It means you choose what comes next, rather than letting emotion choose for you. That's real freedom. That's what separates those who are owned by their reactions from those who own their responses. So the next time your emotions rise, pause, say nothing, feel everything. Let the moment show you who you really are underneath the impulse. Let it teach you about your patterns, your growth, your inner landscape. Let the silence speak louder than your ego, because your true power doesn't come from what you say. It comes from what you don't need to say. It's easy to point the finger outward, to say they disrespected you, they triggered you, they made you feel small. The mind does it so quickly, so naturally. Someone rolls their eyes, interrupts you, forgets to include you, and instantly the blame lands outside. But what if the discomfort you feel in those moments doesn't actually come from them? What if the mirror isn't facing outward at all? What if it's turned inward? What if the reflection you're reacting to is your own? It's not them, it's what they awakened in you. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That irritation, that tightness in your chest, that heat behind your eyes, it's a flare, not a weapon, not an attack, a flare pointing you toward an unhealed part of yourself. And if you're willing to look, really look, you'll see it's not the other person you're at war with. It's the story you've been telling yourself for years, the story that says you have to be liked to be worthy, that you must always be right to be respected, that if someone doesn't choose you, there must be something wrong with you. These stories live deep, and they sit silently until someone, usually unintentionally, bumps into them. When that happens, it's not their behavior alone that hurts. It's the echo of the wound inside. That's why the same situation can make one person explode and another stay calm. It's not the moment, it's the meaning, the filter, the history underneath. Think about it. You're ignored in a conversation. One part of you brushes it off, another part spirals. Why? Because being ignored might not just feel rude, it might remind you of something older, a moment where you felt invisible as a child, a time when your voice didn't matter. The pain isn't new, it's been waiting, and the other person just held up the mirror. But most people don't pause long enough to see that. They react, they point, they push away the discomfort instead of pulling it closer and asking, "Why does this moment feel so sharp?" The world becomes a minefield full of potential threats, when in truth, the only thing that's being threatened is an idea you've wrapped around your identity. Aristotle said, "Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom." But self-knowledge isn't always pleasant. It asks you to stop blaming and start investigating. It requires the courage to say, "It's not just what they did, it's what it touched in me." That shift is hard, but it's the doorway. Because once you take responsibility for your reaction, you regain power. Not power over others, power over yourself. You stop being controlled by every glance, every tone, every offhand comment. You see the trigger, you feel the pain. But now, instead of projecting it outward, you trace it inward, and that tracing leads you somewhere real. You may find an old belief that no longer serves you, or a part of yourself you've been neglecting, or a version of you that still feels 10 years old and unworthy. And suddenly, the moment that looked like rejection becomes an invitation to heal, not just defend. Socrates once said, "The shortest and surest way to live with honor in the world is to be in reality what we would appear to be." And in reality, we are not as calm as we pretend to be, not as healed, not as unfazed. The mirror moments, the ones that provoke us, reveal where the work is still unfinished. And that's not failure, that's guidance. You don't need to be ashamed of your reactions. You just need to be curious about them, to sit with them long enough to ask, what part of me still believes this? Because once you see it, really see it, you can begin to choose differently. The next time someone disrespects you, pause. Ask, what belief about myself is being activated right now? The next time someone leaves you out, ask, why does this make me feel abandoned? You'll start to notice a pattern. You'll stop reacting to the person and start responding to the pain. And that's when healing begins. Because when you realize that the mirror is inside, you stop needing the world to fix itself for you to be okay. You stop demanding perfect behavior from imperfect people just so you can feel whole. You no longer require constant reassurance, constant agreement, constant validation. You understand that the world will keep reflecting, and your job is to keep looking. Plato said, "The greatest wealth is to live content with little." That includes needing little from others to maintain your peace. When your sense of stability comes from self-awareness, not external behavior, you become far more resilient, far more grounded, far more present. And when you live like that, people notice. Not because you tell them, but because you stop reacting like someone desperate to control the narrative. You stop fighting shadows. You stop chasing apologies. You let people be who they are, and let those moments teach you about who you are. So the next time someone shows you something uncomfortable, don't just flinch and walk away. Don't rush to defend or correct. Ask yourself, what is this showing me about me? Most people live trapped inside their own reactions. They hear a tone, see a look, feel an energy shift, and suddenly they're deep in it, defending themselves, overthinking, matching the other person's mood without even realizing it. But what if you could pull back? What if, in the middle of the moment, you didn't have to be the person experiencing it? You could simply watch them like you're not you. That shift is subtle, but it changes everything. When you detach into observer mode, you step out of the emotional swirl and into clarity. You stop seeing the situation from inside your ego and start seeing it from above, like you're floating above the conversation, witnessing it like a quiet presence. The emotion doesn't disappear, but it doesn't own you anymore. You're no longer the puppet of your nervous system. You're the one holding the strings. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." But there's another level. Who looks from above understands. Understands that not every moment deserves a reaction. That most people are acting out their own scripts, their own habits, their own fears, and it has very little to do with you. Imagine someone speaks to you with sarcasm. The old reflex is to match it or shut down. But when you're in observer mode, you see it differently. You see their posture, their face, their tone, and instead of making it about you, you wonder what they might be carrying. You're not cold, you're just still. You don't absorb, you observe. You watch their behavior unfold like it's happening in a movie, and you realize you don't have to get pulled into their storm. That's presence. Socrates once said, "He who is not a good servant will not be a good master." And before you can master anything external, relationships, communication, energy, you have to learn to serve your own mind, to step back from it, to notice when it's trying to pull you into a narrative that doesn't serve you. Observer mode isn't avoidance, it's leadership. It's saying, I choose awareness over reactivity. The moment you watch instead of react, you regain your freedom. The tension is still there, but now you're studying it, you're learning from it, and that learning gives you options. You can say less, you can choose silence, you can move your energy instead of matching theirs. It's not about pretending to be unaffected, it's about realizing you don't have to be swept away just because someone else is drowning. Plato said, "The measure of a man is what he does with power." But the greatest power isn't what you say, it's what you withhold. The power to stay centered when someone tries to shake you. The power to let a moment breathe instead of trying to control it. the power to see the game without needing to win it. Most people don't have that power because they've never practiced stepping out of their identity. They've never watched themselves in action. They've never asked, "Who am I being right now?" But the moment you start watching, you start changing, because you can't improve what you don't observe, and you can't observe if you're always immersed. Start small. The next time you feel yourself getting tight, triggered, or anxious, pause. Imagine you're not you. You're just watching a person named you in a scene. You're studying their tone, their thoughts, their posture. You're noticing what's rising inside of them and what they're choosing to do with it. That space you just created, that's the beginning of emotional sovereignty. And the more you practice it, the more natural it becomes. Eventually, the pause gets longer, the clarity gets sharper. You start noticing why you want to say something, where that reaction comes from. You don't judge it, you just see it. And that seeing is liberation. Aristotle said, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." That includes emotional thoughts. Just because you feel it doesn't mean you have to act on it. Just because something stirs in you doesn't mean it needs to be unleashed. Observer mode teaches you how to entertain the emotion without becoming it. This is how you grow without force. You stop chasing control and start cultivating presence. You stop needing everyone to act a certain way so you can feel okay. Instead, you trust your ability to remain grounded because you've trained for it, not with aggression, not with overthinking, but with awareness. And once you've lived from that place, once you've tasted the quiet power of watching instead of reacting, you won't want to go back. You'll start choosing peace, not because you're afraid of conflict, but because you know what it costs to constantly be inside it. When someone disrespects you, it's easy to meet them with sharpness. When someone snaps at you, ignores you, mocks you, it's natural to want to mirror that energy, to give them a taste of their own medicine, to strike back verbally or emotionally, because your pride flares up and demands justice. But what if I told you that the strongest counterpunch isn't anger or revenge? It's compassion. Not the soft, overly sentimental kind. Not pity, true compassion. The kind that sees through the surface behavior and asks, what must they be carrying to act this way? It doesn't mean you excuse bad behavior. It doesn't mean you let people walk all over you. It means you refuse to join them in their pain. You see it clearly for what it is, and instead of reacting, you rise above it. Because once you understand that most people's cruelty isn't born from power, but from suffering, you stop seeing enemies and start seeing wounds. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves, but it can also lead us to an understanding of them." That bitterness you see in someone's tone, it probably didn't start with you. That coldness, that arrogance, it's usually a shield. Something they learned to wear a long time ago, maybe when someone hurt them, maybe when they decided never to be vulnerable again. And now it's hardened into their personality. You happened to be there when the wound showed up, but that doesn't mean it's about you. When you see someone lash out, ask yourself, is this strength or is this pain wearing armor? That one question shifts your entire posture. Suddenly you're not reacting, you're observing, and that observation gives you space. In that space, you find your real power, the ability to choose a response that doesn't add fuel to the fire. Plato wrote, "Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle." That includes the person you can't stand, the one who said the thing you can't forget, the one who acted like you didn't matter. They're not exempt. Their pain might look different, their defenses might be sharper, but the struggle is still there. And when you meet pain with more pain, you just multiply it. But when you meet it with clarity, with understanding, with compassion, you interrupt the pattern. You refuse to be pulled into their storm. you stay rooted, and that rattles people more than any insult ever could. Compassion isn't weakness. It takes immense strength to hold back when someone's trying to provoke you, to stay calm when your pride is screaming, to listen when your ego wants to speak, to soften when everything in you wants to harden. That's real power, because it's power over yourself, over your impulses, over the part of you that wants to defend every wound. Socrates said, "The shortest and surest way to live with honor in the world is to be in reality what we would appear to be." We want to appear calm, wise, unshaken. But are we really? Most of the time, no. We're reactive. We want to win. We want to be right. We want to hurt back. But what we really want, deep down, is to feel whole again. To feel that no one, not even the cruelest person, can take us out of ourselves. And that's exactly what compassion protects. It doesn't mean you don't feel hurt. It means you don't become that hurt. You feel it, yes. You acknowledge it. But then you breathe and you ask, what is the most powerful thing I can do here that doesn't cost me my peace? Sometimes that means saying less. Sometimes it means walking away. Sometimes it means responding gently when everything in you wants to be sharp. Not for them, but for you. Because you're not here to play small games. You're not here to let someone else's pain decide who you become in the moment. You're here to master yourself. Aristotle said, "To avoid criticism, say nothing, do nothing, be nothing." But compassion isn't avoidance, it's presence. It's the highest level of emotional skill, because it lets you protect your energy without needing to prove your strength. You stop keeping score. You stop needing the last word. You stop making everything personal. You start seeing people for what they carry, not just how they act. That perspective changes everything. It turns the rude stranger into a soul having a rough day, the passive-aggressive co-worker into someone starved for recognition, the person who left you behind into someone who never learned how to stay. It doesn't erase your boundaries, it doesn't remove consequences, but it does remove the poison. And when you remove the poison, your mind clears. You move on faster, you sleep deeper. You don't replay the same argument 100 times. You don't build imaginary speeches in the shower. You're free, not because they changed, but because you did. Compassion is the ultimate counterpunch because it puts you in control of your voice, of your energy, of your narrative. It reminds you that you don't have to be anyone else's reflection. You can be your own light. There's something in you that wants to correct them. You hear the lie, the misunderstanding, the subtle jab, and a part of you tightens. You want to set the record straight. You want to defend your name, your choices, your truth. And it feels like if you don't speak, if you don't respond, you're somehow agreeing, or worse, surrendering. But what if you let them be wrong and let it mean nothing? That's where peace begins. Most of us think that being right equals strength, that when someone misjudges us or twists a story, it's our responsibility to correct it, to stand up and speak our truth at all costs. But often, the cost is much higher than we realize. Our time, our energy, our calm, our sleep. We trade peace for being right, and we never stop to ask if it was even worth it. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. That includes arguing over things that don't need resolution. That includes obsessing over misunderstandings that don't actually impact your life. That includes chasing the illusion that if they just understood, you could finally rest." But peace doesn't come from being understood. It comes from understanding yourself enough to know you don't need to be. We've all had moments where someone misrepresents us, tells the story in a way that puts them in the right and us in the wrong, and immediately the mind starts building a case, gathering receipts, rehearsing speeches. But all of that lives inside the same wound, the belief that our worth depends on their version of the truth. It doesn't. Aristotle said, "It is the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it." The same goes for criticism, for assumptions, for opinions thrown your way that miss the point entirely. You can hear them, even hold them in your mind for a moment, and choose not to accept them. Not because you're afraid of conflict, but because you finally reached a level of inner clarity where not everything deserves a response. Letting someone be wrong about you is not weakness. It's strength in its most silent form. It says, "I know who I am, and I don't need your agreement to feel real." That doesn't mean you never speak up. It means you choose when to speak, based on purpose, not pride. You stop responding to bait. You stop explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. You stop begging for fairness in conversations that were never about truth in the first place. Socrates taught that strong minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, weak minds discuss people. When you engage in endless correction and defense, you often get pulled into that last category, discussing people, including yourself, in ways that go nowhere. But when you rise above the need to be right, you enter a quieter place, a clearer place, a higher place. And from there, something remarkable happens. The world becomes lighter. You realize that not everyone needs to like you, that not every story needs correcting, that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nod, say nothing, and keep walking, not out of indifference, but out of discipline, because you know what peace costs, and you're no longer willing to trade it for the illusion of control. Let them think you're arrogant. Let them believe you were wrong. Let them paint you however they need to justify their own narrative. You don't have to carry their version of you into your next chapter. You don't have to waste hours reshaping a story that wasn't even true to begin with. Plato said, "Opinion is the medium between knowledge and ignorance." And most of what people think about you is just that, opinion, filtered through their pain, their projections, their limited view. You don't need to argue with opinion. You just need to live your truth so fully, so freely, that your life becomes the answer. That's the most powerful kind of correction. None at all. Just peace, just presence, just showing up again and again, aligned with your values, regardless of the noise around you. Because if you need them to agree with you in order to feel stable, your peace will always be at risk. One conversation, one post, one sideways look, and you're spiraling again. But if you can let them be wrong and let it mean nothing, you walk through life unshaken, not cold, not detached, just clear. The truth doesn't need to shout. Most people treat every insult like a fastball thrown straight at their chest. They catch it instinctively, grip it tightly, examine it, and then carry it around for the rest of the day, sometimes the rest of their life. But what if you didn't have to catch it at all? What if, when the words came flying, sarcasm, judgment, passive aggression, you simply let them fall? No need to block it, no need to dodge. Just watch it pass by and hit the ground with a quiet thud. Useless, powerless, empty. That's the visualization. Someone says something cruel, sharp, designed to poke at you, and instead of reaching for it, you imagine it floating right past your energy field, untouched. It lands behind you like a dropped pebble. You keep walking. You didn't absorb it. You didn't react. You didn't let it in. You just didn't catch it. This sounds simple, but it takes practice. Because for most of us, insults don't just land on the surface, they pierce. Not because the words are sharp, but because something inside of us believes them, or fears they might be true. That's why they stick. They attach to old wounds, old doubts, and pull you into an emotional spiral. Carl Jung said, Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And that includes your reactions. Every time you catch an insult, you're revealing a part of yourself that hasn't been fully healed yet. A place where you still crave approval, still doubt your worth, still feel the need to defend. But what happens when you start seeing insults as air, sound without substance, just another expression of someone else's energy, an energy you're not obligated to take on? Suddenly, the world becomes lighter. Not because people stop throwing words, but because you stop catching them. It's not about being indifferent, it's about being unavailable for what doesn't serve you. Socrates said, "When the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser." Most insults aren't about you at all. They're projections, expressions of someone's own tension, fear, or powerlessness. And once you stop personalizing them, you stop being controlled by them. Imagine every conversation like a tennis match. You don't have to swing at every ball that comes your way, especially when the ball is covered in venom. Sometimes the most powerful move is no move at all. Just let the ball bounce past you, let the insult fall to the ground and dissolve. That kind of stillness, of inner silence, isn't passive. It's a declaration, a quiet refusal to be moved by every low vibration that passes through your space. It's you saying, "My peace isn't up for negotiation, not today." Aristotle wrote, "Anybody can become angry, that is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, that is not easy." So don't be quick to anger. Be quick to observe. Be quick to remember that the insult isn't about you unless you decide it is. This is where visualization becomes a tool. When the words come, picture them physically. Watch them float toward you like paper birds. You don't have to swat them. You don't have to analyze them. Just let them fall. Watch them lose momentum and flutter to the floor, unnoticed, unclaimed. And here's the magic. The more you practice this, the more naturally it happens. Over time, insults lose their power. Not because you're numb, but because you're awake. Awake to who you are. Awake to what's real. Awake to the fact that your energy is too valuable to be spent reacting to things that don't even belong to you. That's what this visualization trains you to do. Preserve your peace in real time. You become the mountain that doesn't move when the wind blows. Not because you're stubborn, but because you're grounded. Grounded in the truth that not every word deserves your attention. Not every opinion deserves your engagement. Not every judgment needs to be corrected. Let people be who they are. Let them speak from their pain if they must. But don't catch it. Don't turn their noise into your problem. Let it fall. Most people want to be emotionally strong, but only in theory. They love the idea of being calm, grounded, unbothered. But when the trigger actually shows up, a late reply, a disrespectful tone, someone cutting them off in traffic, all of that imagined strength disappears. And they don't see it, but they're wasting the best opportunities life gives them to train. You don't build emotional strength by avoiding discomfort. You build it by facing small triggers every single day and choosing not to flinch. Think about the body. You don't grow stronger muscles by sitting still. You grow them by doing something that challenges them. Resistance, strain, effort. The process isn't always comfortable, but that discomfort is where growth begins. The same is true for the mind, and even more true for the emotions. Your triggers are your emotional dumbbells. Every time someone irritates you and you don't react, every time you feel that flash of anger or jealousy or fear, and you breathe through it instead of feeding it, you are rewiring your nervous system. You are retraining your emotional reflexes. You are building endurance where there used to be panic, space where there used to be impulse. Carl Jung said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." but it can also lead to mastery if you choose to work with it. If you choose to treat life as a gym and your emotions as the muscles you're here to strengthen. Most people live in emotional reaction. Something happens, they respond automatically. No pause, no awareness, just a cycle. Trigger, reaction, regret, repeat. And they wonder why they feel drained all the time. It's because they've never trained their emotional body. They're walking through life unconditioned, letting every bump, every tone, every delay knock them out of rhythm. But once you start training with your triggers, everything changes. You stop taking things personally, not because you've become numb, but because you've become precise. You can feel the emotion rise, observe it, and choose what to do with it. That choice, that's strength, that's self-ownership, that's freedom. Let's say someone cuts you off in traffic. That moment, heart jumps, breath tightens, is a rep. Not for your arms, but for your awareness. You can honk, curse, spiral, or you can inhale. You can remember that this is your training, that the other person is just a stranger you'll never meet again. But your reaction, that stays with you, that shapes you. Multiply that moment by 100 tiny moments a day, and you have your emotional gym. That coworker who interrupts you. Representative, the text you expected but didn't get. Representative, the slow Wi-Fi, the spilled coffee, the passive-aggressive comment. Rep, rep, rep. And with each one you get stronger, not by force, but by choice. Not by pretending it doesn't bother you, but by staying conscious in the middle of it. Socrates said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." So don't waste time fighting every trigger. Don't obsess over the fact that you got annoyed or felt disrespected or lost your patience. Instead, ask, how can I use this? How can I let this become the rep I needed today? Emotional mastery isn't about never being triggered. It's about using your triggers as training partners, and that means you stop avoiding hard conversations. You stop ghosting situations that make you uncomfortable. You stop blaming the world for not being easier, and instead, you get better at holding your ground inside it. You start to see frustration not as a problem, but as resistance you get to lift. You start to view envy not as something to suppress, but as something to examine. What is it pointing to? What can it teach me about my own unmet desires? Even sadness becomes part of the workout. When you let yourself feel it fully, without letting it run your decisions, you're building emotional capacity. The ability to hold big energy without losing your direction. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. That includes emotional excellence. If you want to be calm under pressure, then you have to practice calm when things feel pressurized. If you want to be patient, then your daily annoyances are the arena. There's no magical transformation coming. There's only now. Only the choice to train again and again. This kind of training rewires your brain. Your nervous system becomes less reactive. Your breathing deepens. Your default response slows down. And you start to feel something you may not have felt in a long time. Space. Space between stimulus and response. Space to choose something higher than your past patterns. Space to decide who you're becoming moment by moment. And that space, that's your evolution. Most people spend their entire lives avoiding discomfort, dodging triggers, escaping anything that pokes at their wounds. But you're not here for avoidance. You're here to grow. And that means walking toward the tension, not with fear, but with purpose. Let your triggers teach you. Let them expose your edges. Let them show you the parts of yourself still holding on to old beliefs, old insecurities, old reactions. And then, each time you feel that familiar spark of irritation, of pride, of panic, pause. See it as a bell ringing at the start of a new set. Your moment to lift, your moment to choose, your moment to become who you say you are. This is emotional strength. Quiet, steady, built in the moments no one sees. Because no one applauds when you pause instead of snapping. No one throws you a parade for staying silent when you could have erupted. But those are the reps that count. Those are the moments that build the emotional body you need to carry everything else. So train with your triggers. Life's not punishing you. It's shaping you. Most people believe in speaking their truth. We're told not to bottle things up, not to let people walk all over us. Express how you feel, they say. Don't let it fester. And yes, there's truth in that, but not the whole truth. Because there's another kind of expression that doesn't liberate you. It leaks from you. It's not healing. It's harm disguised as honesty. That's what happens when you speak from the wound, not the wisdom. From the ache, not the understanding. There's a time to speak, but there's also a time to wait. Not forever, just long enough to let the sting pass, to let the noise settle, to let the message you're carrying find clarity instead of chaos. Because what we say in pain often sounds nothing like what we mean in peace. Carl Jung said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. But you can't know your own darkness while it's still flaring, while it's still hot. While your nervous system is flooded and your ego is screaming for validation, for defense, for revenge. In that state, you're not speaking from your true self, you're speaking from your wound. And wounds don't have good language. They have survival reflexes. They blame, they exaggerate, they speak in ultimatums. They say things that can't be unsaid. That's why silence, at the right time, is not weakness. It's strategy, it's restraint. It's what protects you from saying something that might feel good for a second, but damage everything you've built for years. That pause, that moment where you want to say everything but choose not to, is where your real strength is tested. Because it's not hard to speak when emotions are high. It's hard to wait, to feel everything and still say nothing. To sit with the pain, not project it. To let your inner storm pass before you bring anyone else into it. Socrates once said, "The greatest way to live with honor in this world is to be what we pretend to be." And many people pretend to be strong by speaking first, by getting the last word, by unloading what they feel without considering what it might cost. But true strength looks like this. I'm in pain, and I still choose not to hurt you with it. I'm angry, but I won't let that be the only voice in the room. I'm triggered, but I won't turn that into a weapon. That kind of silence is sacred. It gives you space to find your truth, not the one distorted by emotion, but the one anchored in self-awareness, the one that holds accountability, not just accusation, the one that honors both you and the relationship you're speaking into. Because once you've healed, or at least begun to heal, your words soften. They stop sounding like explosions and start sounding like insight. You're not just trying to prove a point or punish someone anymore. You're trying to connect. You're trying to build something stronger than your pain. And ironically, once you've done that inner work, you often find that you don't need to say half of what you thought you did. The emotional charge is gone. The need to defend disappears. The urgency fades. What remains is calm, grounded clarity. And from that place, you can speak with power that doesn't wound. You can express yourself without spilling unprocessed emotion on someone who might not deserve it. Aristotle said, "Anybody can become angry. That is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, and in the right way, that is not easy." The same is true for all strong emotion. The words you speak in your most triggered state aren't wise, they're just loud. And loud doesn't equal true. loud equals wounded. So how do you know if you're speaking too soon? If you still feel the urge to win, you're not ready. If you're still crafting sentences in your head designed to sting or shame, you're not ready. If you feel that familiar tightness in your throat, that quickened breath, that racing mind, you're not ready. Wait, not forever. Just until your clarity returns. Just until you can separate your truth from your pain. Just until you can speak without needing to dominate, hurt, or be right. Because when you speak after you've healed, you say fewer words, and they land deeper. You don't need to explain everything. You don't need to rehash the entire story. You just name what's real, what matters, what you've learned. And people feel the difference. They're more open, less defensive, more willing to hear you, because you're not throwing your pain at them. You're offering understanding. And even if they don't understand, even if the words land on deaf ears, you can walk away knowing you spoke from your highest self, not your hurt self. And that alone is worth more than any temporary feeling of satisfaction that comes from getting it all out. Let the wound speak to you first. Let it tell you what still hurts. Let it show you where you still need softness, compassion, boundaries. Tend to that. Then speak. Speak from the scar, not the cut. Speak from the lesson, not the chaos. Speak with love for yourself, not as a weapon against someone else. Because silence, used wisely, is not silence at all. It's strength. It's choosing to protect your peace, your dignity, and your future, even when the present feels heavy. And that's a power no outburst can ever match. Most people don't feel emotions. They become them. One moment, they're calm. The next, they're fury. One small comment, one unexpected delay, and suddenly they're not thinking clearly anymore. They're gripped by anger, flooded with fear, drowning in shame. The emotion becomes the lens. It distorts everything, and they forget the most important truth in that moment. You are not the emotion. You're the one watching it. That difference between being the feeling and observing it is the line between chaos and clarity, between being dragged around by every thought and standing still in the middle of the storm. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Emotions are part of that unconscious current. They rise without warning, surge through your system, and unless you've practiced awareness, they use you. You become their puppet, your voice, your posture, your choices, driven not by wisdom, but by whatever raw feeling took over your system. But feelings are not facts. They're visitors. They show up, they speak, they leave. And if you can learn to pause, even for a breath, you create space between you and the feeling. In that space, you reclaim your role. You remember that you are not anger. You are not fear. You are not the ego screaming to defend itself. You are the observer, the one behind the thoughts, the one who can choose not to react. Socrates said, "Know thyself." But how can you know yourself if you're constantly merged with whatever mood is present? Self-knowledge begins with separation, with stepping back, not to disconnect, but to see. To notice the story your emotion is telling without blindly believing it. Let's say anger rises. It feels urgent. It tells you that someone crossed a line. It demands action, now. But if you wait just a few seconds, if you don't move, don't speak, don't lash out, you begin to notice the anger isn't you. It's just energy, a defense mechanism, a flare from some part of you that felt threatened. And when you don't obey it immediately, it loses power. You feel it, but it doesn't control you. Fear works the same way. It creeps in with whispers of what might go wrong. It tightens your chest, speeds up your breath, fills your head with disaster. But even fear, when observed, weakens. The act of naming it, there's fear. pulls you into presence. You become the watcher, and the watcher is always calm, because the watcher knows that no emotion lasts, that all feelings like clouds pass through the sky of your awareness. And you're not the cloud, you're the sky. Aristotle said, anyone can become angry, that is easy, but to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, that is not easy. What makes it possible is disidentification. That's the superpower, to be able to say, I feel anger rising, but I am not that anger. That shift gives you choice, and choice is what transforms reaction into response. You stop being pulled around like a puppet. You start guiding your behavior with intention. This doesn't mean you suppress how you feel. You don't deny the emotion. You welcome it. You feel it deeply, but you don't become it. You don't build your identity on it. You let it flow through, not root in. Think of it like a fire alarm going off. The emotion is the alarm, loud, urgent, impossible to ignore. But you don't grab a hammer and start smashing things. You investigate. You look for the source. Is there a real fire or just some smoke? That's how you begin treating emotions, with curiosity instead of compliance. Every time you choose to observe instead of react, you get stronger, more centered, more free. You stop walking through life as a slave to your moods. You become consistent, steady. People feel the difference in your energy. You're not so easily rattled, not so easily provoked. Not because you don't feel, but because you don't let feelings define you. Plato wrote, "The first and best victory is to conquer self." And you conquer self not by force, but by awareness, by noticing the exact moment when emotion wants to take the wheel, and calmly, quietly choosing to keep your hands on it instead. This is not easy work. It takes practice, patience, discipline. But with each moment of disidentification, you get closer to emotional sovereignty, the state where you no longer need the world to be perfect for you to be okay. Because now, your peace doesn't depend on external harmony, it depends on inner separation between you and the storm. You are not the anger, you are not the fear. You are not the ego shouting for control. You are the one watching it all unfold, with quiet power and the ability to decide what comes next. The world won't go quiet just because you found your peace. People will still cut you off mid-sentence. They'll still talk behind your back, misread your intentions, fail to apologize, choose ego over honesty. Life will still throw things you didn't plan, late nights, early calls, broken trust, sudden losses. The noise won't stop, the chaos won't dissolve, but if you've mastered what we've been building toward, you won't shake. Because the point was never to change the world. The point was to change how you move through it. Most people live in a constant state of emotional turbulence, bouncing between triggers like a pinball. They believe they need the world to be different, kinder, quieter, more predictable, for them to feel okay. So they try to manage everything outside themselves, clinging to people who agree, avoiding situations that might sting, chasing control like it's the only way to stay afloat. But what if you didn't need to control the waves? What if you just learned how to stand still inside them? Carl Jung said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." And in this frame, the final one, you become untouchable, not because nothing touches you, but because it no longer owns you. You don't become the noise. You don't match every mood in the room. You don't swing wildly from high to low based on someone else's words. You stay centered, quiet inside. That's the power of all the inner work, of watching, detaching, disidentifying. You begin to live not as a reactor, but as a responder. And the difference is everything. Reacting is fast, defensive, emotional. It's driven by fear or pride or unexamined pain. Responding is slow, deliberate, conscious. It comes from presence, not panic. And once you live from response, the world starts to look different. Not because it changed, but because you did. The same insult that used to burn now sounds like static. The same rejection that once collapsed, you now feels like redirection. You lose the urge to prove yourself. You no longer need to win arguments or control outcomes. You don't need the apology to find closure. You don't need everyone to understand. That's emotional freedom. Socrates said, "To find yourself, think for yourself. And to think for yourself, you first have to see yourself. Separate from the waves of emotion, the noise of ego, the storms that others live inside. Because when you know who you are, no one else can tell you who you're not." And here's the part no one tells you. When you master this, you still feel. You're not a robot. You're not numb. You still notice the betrayal, the sarcasm, the loss. You still care. But the difference is, you don't react from the wound. You respond from the wisdom that was forged through it. That quiet confidence. It shows up in how you breathe when everyone else is yelling, in how you choose silence over proving your point, in how you walk away, not out of weakness, but because you're no longer trying to convince someone of your worth. Plato wrote, "The measure of a man is what he does with power, and the greatest power isn't dominance or control, it's restraint, it's discipline, it's the ability to stay aligned when everything around you is pulling at your edges. You don't chase closure. You don't repeat stories that drain you. You don't sit in rooms where your peace has to shrink. You walk forward with less noise, more clarity. This is the final frame, where the world still roars, but your soul stays silent. Not because you're avoiding life, but because you've learned how to meet it. With awareness, with steadiness, with the kind of inner strength that can't be faked and doesn't need to be announced. You're not triggered. You're trained. You're not reactive. You're responsible for your energy, your choices, your presence. And the world notices, not because you're louder, but because you carry something rare. A stillness that no insult can shatter. A calm that doesn't rely on comfort. A clarity that came not from escaping chaos, but from walking straight through it and coming out unshaken. When the world pulls at your edges, remember, your strength is not in how loudly you react, but in how quietly you remain centered. Let them shout. Let life twist. You are not here to match the storm. You are here to master your calm. Have you ever felt like someone's words burned straight through your peace, or their careless actions tore at the edges of your self-control? Maybe it was a cheap insult, a thoughtless gesture, or a petty slight that shouldn't have mattered. But it did. And here's the uncomfortable truth the Stoics would force you to face. The damage wasn't done by them, it was done by you. You handed over the keys to your inner world and let someone else drive it into chaos. Most of us live as if our emotions are at the mercy of everyone around us. What if you stopped giving people that power? What if you could meet every insult, every provocation, every unfair moment with the same stillness as a mountain in the storm? This isn't about ignoring your feelings. It's about mastering them so completely that nothing can pull you off course. If you're ready to reclaim that kind of control, please subscribe. For your own good, let it be a choice to grow stronger, to think deeper, and to live in a way that no one and nothing can shake. 1. Own your reaction. Sometimes it feels like the world is out to test you. You wake up with good intentions, ready to have a smooth day, and then life happens. Maybe it's the barista getting your order wrong after you repeated it twice. Maybe it's a coworker making a sly comment that feels more like a jab than a joke. Or maybe it's a stranger cutting you off in traffic without even a glance in the rearview mirror. In moments like these, the first instinct is often to point fingers. They ruined my mood. They made me angry. But the truth, as hard as it can be to swallow, is that no one can truly make you feel anything without your consent. It's a lesson the Stoics mastered centuries ago. Epictetus put it plainly. It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. You see, the trigger may be external, but the explosion, if it comes, starts within. Psychology backs this up. Modern cognitive behavioral theory teaches that emotions are shaped less by events themselves and more by our interpretations of them. Two people can experience the exact same event, say being ignored by someone they know, and have completely different emotional responses. One person might spiral into frustration or insecurity, while the other shrugs and moves on. The difference? The story they tell themselves about what just happened. So, how do you actually start taking ownership of your reactions in the chaos of everyday life? First, slow down. When something triggers you, an insult, an inconvenience, a disappointment, pause before you act. This is not easy. Your body will often want to move faster than your mind, your emotions charging ahead like an untamed horse. But even a few seconds of deliberate breathing can interrupt the chain reaction. Think of it like putting a hand on the reins, gently pulling back before the horse bolts. In those seconds, name the feeling. Say to yourself, "I'm feeling angry," or "I'm feeling dismissed." This small act pulls the emotion out of the shadows and puts it in the light, where you can work with it instead of being ruled by it. Second, challenge the story. If a coworker criticizes your work, your first thought might be, "They don't respect me." But is that true? Could it be that they're stressed or simply have a different perspective? By asking questions instead of assuming the worst, you give yourself room to respond more wisely. Aristotle once said, "Anybody can become angry, that is easy. But to be angry with the right person, to the right degree, at the right time, for the right purpose and in the right way, that is not within everybody's power and is not easy." Owning your reaction means you don't let just anyone or anything pull you into an emotional state you didn't consciously choose. Third, practice detachment, not in the sense of not caring, but in the sense of not tying your inner state to outer events. The Stoics often used the metaphor of an archer. Your job is to aim as well as you can, but the moment the arrow leaves your bow, the outcome is out of your control. Wind, distance, and countless other factors will determine where it lands. Life works the same way. You control your aim, your actions, your words, your mindset. You don't control the results. When you really absorb this, you stop reacting as if the universe owes you perfect outcomes. This is the hidden gift in moments that test your patience. They reveal what's still unsettled inside you. If you find yourself overreacting to small slights, ask, "Why does this bother me so much? What wound is this touching?" These moments are mirrors, showing you where you still have work to do, and instead of resenting them, you can start to appreciate them for the self-knowledge they bring. There's also a practical benefit to owning your reaction. You become unpredictable in the best way. People who want to provoke you lose their power when you stop giving them the satisfaction of a predictable emotional explosion. Imagine someone trying to light a fire under you, only to find there's no spark to catch. Of course, this doesn't mean suppressing your emotions. Suppression is just bottled pressure waiting to burst. Owning your reaction means allowing yourself to feel whatever comes up, but deciding how, when, and if you express it. Much of what disturbs us isn't the event itself, but the replay of it in our minds, the way we nurse the wound long after it happened. When you take responsibility for your reactions, you stop feeding the cycle. You acknowledge the feeling, learn from it, and then let it pass like a cloud drifting across the sky. Owning your reaction is one way of making the unconscious conscious. Instead of running on emotional autopilot, you step into the driver's seat, and from there, you can steer toward outcomes that align with your values, rather than being jerked around by fleeting feelings. It's also worth noting that when you take full responsibility for your reactions, your relationships improve. People trust those who can keep their cool under pressure. You become the person others turn to in a crisis, not because you're emotionless, but because you're grounded. Your calm presence becomes a kind of anchor for everyone around you. And in a world that often feels like it's spinning out of control, that's a rare and valuable thing. In the end, owning your reaction is about reclaiming your freedom. If you let every person, every comment, every inconvenience dictate how you feel, you're essentially handing out pieces of your peace to anyone who wants to take them. But when you draw the line and say, "I decide how I feel, no one else," you take that power back. You stop living as a victim of circumstance and yourself. 2. Pause before you respond. There's a moment in every heated interaction where the world seems to speed up. Words fly, emotions spike, and your body reacts before your mind catches up. It might be a sharp tone from a coworker, a sarcastic remark from a friend, or a stranger cutting you off in traffic. Instantly, you feel it. Your shoulders tense, your pulse quickens, your thoughts start racing toward a comeback. That's the moment most people lose control. They fire back without thinking, act on impulse, and then spend hours or even days regretting what they said or did. But it's in this exact moment that one of the most powerful skills you can develop comes into play: the ability to pause before you respond. It sounds simple, almost too simple, but don't underestimate it. This single habit can change the way you handle conflict, protect your relationships, and give you a kind of quiet authority that very few people ever master. When you pause before reacting, you're creating space between stimulus and response, a space where wisdom can live. Pausing doesn't mean you're weak or avoiding confrontation. In fact, it's the opposite. It takes strength to hold back when every part of you wants to react. It's easy to be pulled by the current of your emotions. It's far harder to plant your feet and think. Pausing is the act of making your unconscious reactions conscious. It's about catching yourself in the middle of the automatic loop: trigger, reaction, regret, and interrupting it before it runs its course. The beauty of pausing is that it shifts your focus from immediate satisfaction to long-term outcome. When you react instantly, you're usually chasing relief. You want to release that surge of frustration or hurt. But when you pause, you give yourself the chance to respond in a way that aligns with your values and goals. Imagine you're in a tense meeting and a colleague undermines your point. Your instinct might be to snap back, to prove them wrong right there in front of everyone. But what's the real goal? To win the moment, or to maintain credibility and influence in the long run? A pause lets you choose the latter. Pausing in moments of emotional heat is a form of proving yourself, not to others, but to yourself. It's demonstrating that you can face adversity, however small or large, without losing your center. It's telling yourself, "I am the one in charge here, not my impulses." That's a kind of inner confidence that can't be faked. Psychology also backs this up. When you're triggered, your brain's amygdala, the emotional center, lights up, flooding your body with stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. This is your fight-or-flight system preparing you to act fast. The problem is, it bypasses the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for rational thinking and decision-making. Pausing gives your prefrontal cortex a chance to come online. Even a few deep breaths can lower the emotional temperature enough for reason to catch up with emotion. And that's the practical part. The pause doesn't have to be long. In fact, it often takes less than 10 seconds to make a huge difference. The first step is awareness, catching yourself when you're triggered. The second is to breathe deeply and slowly. Once you've taken that breath, name what you're feeling. This isn't just self-help jargon, it's backed by neuroscience. Studies have shown that labeling emotions, I'm feeling angry, I'm feeling hurt, reduces their intensity. It's called affect labeling, and it works because it engages the brain's language centers, which in turn dampen activity in the amygdala. By naming the feeling, you're signaling to your brain, I see what's happening here, and I'm not going to let it run the show. The pause is also a gift to others. In heated moments, people often say things they don't mean, and those words can't be taken back. By pausing, you not only protect yourself, but you prevent unnecessary damage to your relationships. Imagine how many arguments could be avoided if more people simply took a breath before speaking. In some situations, the pause may even lead you to say nothing at all. Silence can be one of the most powerful responses you have. Of course, there will be times when you'll fail. You'll react before thinking, and you'll regret it. That's part of being human. The Stoics weren't perfect either. They saw philosophy as a practice, not a state of perfection. The key is to use those moments as lessons. Afterward, reflect. What was the trigger? What could I have done differently? This kind of reflection turns mistakes into training, making you stronger each time. Over time, pausing before you respond changes how people see you. You become known as the person who doesn't get rattled easily, who thinks before speaking, who chooses words carefully. This reputation has weight. It earns respect. People start to listen more when you do speak, because they know your words aren't coming from a place of impulse. And perhaps most importantly, it changes how you see yourself. You stop being someone who's easily provoked and start becoming someone who can face provocations without losing composure. That's powerful. It's not about suppressing emotions, it's about directing them. As Seneca said, "He who angers you conquers you." The pause ensures you are never conquered by anyone's words or actions. So next time you feel that familiar surge of irritation, frustration, or anger, remember this: you are not required to respond immediately. You are allowed to take your time. You are allowed to breathe. You are allowed to decide. In that pause lies not just your self-control, but your freedom. The world will keep throwing its tests at you, but each pause is a reminder you are in charge of how this story goes. 3. Don't expect others to act like you. It's one of the most frustrating feelings in the world. You treat someone with kindness, respect, or loyalty, and when it's their turn to show you the same, they don't. You'd never talk to them the way they just spoke to you. You'd never ignore their messages the way they've ignored yours. You'd never be as careless with their feelings as they've been with yours. And because you know you wouldn't, it feels almost impossible to understand why they would. That's when disappointment sets in, not just with the situation, but with the person. But here's the truth the Stoics would point out without hesitation. You are expecting people to act by your rules, as if your code of conduct is universal. It's not. And the moment you let go of that expectation, you remove a massive source of unnecessary frustration from your life. When someone's behavior upsets you because you'd never do that, it's worth pausing to ask why you're holding on to that comparison in the first place. Is it because you believe your way is the only right way? Or is it because you've tied your sense of safety and fairness to the belief that others will treat you the way you treat them? If it's the latter, you're giving away your peace to something you can never control. The hard reality is that people operate from their own experiences, values, and priorities, not yours. What you see as rude, they might see as normal. What you consider urgent, they might see as trivial. What you call loyalty, they might not even register as a requirement. And when you measure their actions against your internal yardstick, you're comparing two completely different systems. It's like being angry at a dog for not speaking English. It's not going to happen, and it's unreasonable to expect it. Much of the disappointment we feel with others comes from imagined standards we've silently placed on them. We expect friends to remember our birthdays because we always remember theirs. We expect co-workers to stay late to help us because we do it for them. We expect strangers to be considerate in public spaces because we try to be considerate ourselves. And when they don't, we suffer, not because of their action alone, but because we created an unwritten contract they never agreed to sign. Psychology has a term for this: the false consensus effect. It's the tendency to believe that others think, feel, and behave more like us than they actually do. It's comforting to assume we share a common moral compass with the people around us, but it's simply not true. Everyone is shaped by their own upbringing, culture, beliefs, and personal struggles. Two people can live through the exact same event and walk away with completely different lessons. Expecting them to see the world the way you do is like expecting two painters to create the same picture after standing in front of the same landscape. It's never going to happen. When you release the need for others to act like you start living in alignment with one of Epictetus's core teachings. Some things are in our control and others not. How someone behaves, how they speak, how they prioritize, those are not in your control. Your reaction, your boundaries, and your choices, those are. By focusing on your own behavior rather than policing theirs, you keep your power instead of handing it over to constant frustration. Think about how much lighter life becomes when you stop holding people to invisible standards. That friend who constantly cancels plans last minute. You can either keep expecting them to change or accept that this is who they are and choose whether you want them in your life on those terms. The co-worker who always takes credit for team ideas. You can stew about it endlessly or adjust your approach, protect your contributions, and focus on the quality of your work rather than their ego. You don't have to condone their behavior, but you can stop giving it the power to ruin your peace. Aristotle once said, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." The same applies to behavior. You can witness someone's actions without making them a personal betrayal simply because they don't align with your style. When you do, you start interacting with people as they are, not as you think they should be. And that's where real clarity comes in, because you stop trying to bend reality to fit your preferences and start dealing with it as it actually is. When you know yourself, your values, your principles, your boundaries, you don't need other people to mirror them back to you for validation. Their failure to act as you would doesn't threaten your identity. You stand on your own foundation, which means you can meet the unpredictable behavior of others with steadiness instead of shock. It's also worth mentioning that sometimes our standards aren't as universally right as we think they are. They're just personal preferences dressed up as moral truths. For example, you might think it's disrespectful for someone to answer a text hours later, while they might believe it's healthy not to be glued to their phone. You might value punctuality above all else, while someone else values flexibility. Neither is inherently wrong, it's just different. And when we stop assuming our way is the universal way, we free ourselves from endless battles over what's right versus wrong in situations that are really just different. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Adapt yourself to the things among which your lot has been cast, and love sincerely the fellow creatures with whom destiny has ordained that you shall live." In other words, stop trying to mold everyone into your image and start adapting yourself to reality. This doesn't mean accepting toxic behavior or abandoning your values. It means learning to navigate the wide range of human behavior without making it a constant source of pain. When you drop the expectation that others will act like you make room for compassion. You start to see that people's actions are often driven by their struggles, fears, or limitations. The rude cashier might be exhausted from working 2 jobs. The unreliable friend might be overwhelmed by personal issues they haven't shared. The co-worker who seems self-centered might be operating from deep insecurity. This doesn't excuse bad behavior, but it helps you understand it. And understanding is a lot easier to carry than resentment. Letting go of expectations is a form of healing. It stops the cycle where someone's failure to meet your standards leads to anger, which leads to conflict, which leads to more distance between you. Instead, you choose a calmer path, one where you protect your peace first and let people reveal who they are without forcing them into your mold. In practical terms, this means adjusting your approach instead of endlessly wishing people would change. If you know someone is consistently late, don't plan time-sensitive activities with them. If you know a person struggles with commitment, don't rely on them for critical responsibilities. You can accept people as they are and still make decisions that protect your own well-being. This is the Stoic version of trust but verify, acknowledge reality, then act accordingly. The more you practice this, you become. Disappointment loses its edge because you stop being surprised by behavior that doesn't match yours. You start each interaction with clear eyes, not rose-colored glasses. And that makes you far harder to shake. Reminded us, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. People may not understand why you're so calm when they fall short of your expectations. But that's okay. Your peace is not up for negotiation. Ultimately, not expecting others to act like you is about reclaiming your mental and emotional freedom. You're no longer chained to the exhausting task of trying to control the uncontrollable. You're no longer constantly judging the world for failing to live up to your script. Instead, you become the kind of person who can adapt to any room, any situation, any personality, without losing yourself in the process. That's not just a Stoic skill, that's a life skill, and once you master it, you'll wonder why you ever lived any other way. 4. Right. There's a certain rush that comes when you feel you're right. It's that quiet but undeniable spark of satisfaction in knowing you have the facts, the logic, and the moral high ground all lined up in your favor. And when someone challenges you, that spark often turns into a flame. You want to prove it, to show them, to make them see things your way. But here's the problem. The more you cling to that need to be right, the more it drains you. You burn energy on arguments that don't really matter. You create tension where there could be connection. And sometimes, even when you win, you walk away feeling more empty than victorious. The Stoics saw this for what it is, not a sign of strength, but a subtle form of weakness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion." That's not about apathy. It's about choosing where to invest your energy and knowing when silence or agreement is more valuable than proving a point. We live in a world that rewards winning debates, especially in the age of social media, where every disagreement can become a performance. But winning in the eyes of others isn't the same as winning in life. Much of the suffering that comes from arguments is imagined. It's the belief that if you don't defend your point, you'll be seen as weak or wrong. In reality, most disagreements aren't about truth at all. They're about ego, and ego, if left unchecked, will trade your peace for the hollow satisfaction of being right. That's especially true in arguments. The next time you feel that tension rising and the words, "that's not true," forming in your mouth, pause and ask, why is this bothering me so much? Is it because the other person is truly spreading dangerous misinformation, or is it because their disagreement feels like a challenge to your identity? If it's the latter, you're no longer fighting for truth, you're fighting for your ego's comfort. And the cost of that fight is often far greater than whatever point you were trying to prove. The Stoics believed that controlling your own mind was the highest form of power. If someone says something you disagree with, your reaction is where the real battle happens. You can jump in and try to correct them, which often leads to defensiveness and escalation, or you can choose to listen, even if you still disagree, and protect your inner calm. That doesn't mean you let harmful ideas spread unchecked. It means you learn to tell the difference between battles worth fighting and those that are nothing more than noise. This is where humility comes in, and humility is deeply tied to wisdom. Letting go of the need to be right doesn't mean you surrender your intelligence or your beliefs. It means you can hold space for other perspectives without feeling threatened by them. It means you trust yourself enough to know that someone else's opinion, no matter how wrong it may seem, cannot diminish your truth. When you constantly feel the need to prove yourself, you're living in reaction mode. The other person controls the terms of the conversation, and your emotions become tied to their agreement or disagreement. That's giving away power. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. In arguments, your enemy is not always the person you're speaking to. It's the mindset of reactivity, of needing to dominate the other side to feel validated. The best revenge on that mindset is refusing to let it dictate your words or actions. From a psychological standpoint, the need to be right often comes from deep insecurity. If you're secure in what you know, you don't feel the constant urge to defend it. You can let someone else be wrong without it shaking your sense of self. The irony is, when you stop trying so hard to prove you're right, people are more likely to listen to you. There's a certain calm authority that comes from speaking only when necessary and doing so without heat. It's the opposite of trying to win. It's about sharing perspective without attachment to whether or not it's accepted. That's why some of the most respected leaders throughout history weren't the loudest in the room. They were the ones who listened the most and spoke with intention. Letting go of the need to be right is also a form of respect for yourself and for others. It acknowledges that the relationship, the peace in the moment, and the preservation of your energy are often more valuable than scoring a rhetorical victory. Seneca wrote, "We should conduct ourselves not as if we ought to live for the body, but as if we could not live without it." In the same way, we should conduct ourselves not as if we ought to live for our arguments, but as if we could live perfectly well without them. In practice, this means learning to recognize when a conversation has shifted from productive to pointless. If you notice the tone changing, voices getting louder, or both sides repeating themselves, it's time to disengage. You can do this gracefully. You can say, "I see we're looking at this differently," or "I understand your point," and leave it at that. These aren't signs of surrender. They're signs that you value your peace more than your pride. Marcus Aurelius also advised, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This is a reminder that integrity matters more than winning. Sometimes when we're desperate to prove our point, we stretch the truth, exaggerate, or make assumptions. But truth doesn't need embellishment, and your integrity isn't worth trading for a fleeting sense of victory. It's important to remember that not every disagreement needs resolution. This is one of the hardest truths to accept. We like closure. We like the feeling of a conversation ending with everyone on the same page. But in reality, some differences are meant to remain. When you embrace this mindset, your world becomes calmer. You start to see arguments for what they often are: two people defending their perspectives, shaped by lifetimes of experiences that neither can fully share or replicate. You stop trying to rewrite someone's life story in a single conversation. You realize that you can respect someone and still think they're wrong, and you can disagree without creating an enemy. In letting go of the need to be right, you also let go of the emotional exhaustion that comes with constant debating. You reclaim time, energy, and mental space for things that actually matter. You notice you're less tense, more open-minded, and far more resilient when challenges come your way. That's because your peace is no longer tied to someone else's agreement. Epictetus gave perhaps the most fitting reminder: it is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows. If you're always fighting to be right, you close the door to learning. But if you're willing to release the need to prove yourself, you make space for growth. You might even discover that the other person's perspective, while different from yours, has value you hadn't considered. The choice is always yours: win the argument or keep the peace. And in keeping the peace, you often win something much greater: self-respect, emotional clarity, and stronger relationships. The Stoics didn't avoid conflict out of fear. They avoided it out of wisdom. They knew that life is too short to waste on battles that add nothing to your character. So next time you feel that familiar pull to jump in, to correct, to prove, pause. Ask yourself if this is worth your time, your energy, your inner calm, and if it's not, let it go. Because the truth is, being right is overrated. Being at peace, that's where the real power is. 5. Don't let words define your worth. It's strange how a few words, sometimes even a single sentence, can feel heavier than a stone. Someone makes an offhand remark, maybe it's about your work, your appearance, your choices, and suddenly it's echoing in your head hours, even days later. You replay it over and over, wondering what they meant, wondering if it's true. The human mind is wired to respond to language in a powerful way. We remember praise, but criticism often digs deeper and stays longer. The danger is when we start treating other people's opinions as if they're carved into stone, as if they're the ultimate truth about who we are. But the Stoics would warn us: words have no power over you unless you give them power. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." In the same way, everything people choose to say about you reflects something about their own lens, their beliefs, their values, their insecurities. When someone criticizes your ambition, maybe it's because they've given up on their own dreams. When someone mocks your appearance, maybe it's because they wrestle with their own self-image. You are not a mirror for their projections, yet if you're not careful, you'll start carrying their reflections as if they're your reality. The Stoics were masters of detachment, not because they didn't care about anything, but because they refused to let their inner state be controlled by forces outside of their will. Epictetus taught, "If anyone tells you that a certain person speaks ill of you, do not make excuses about what is said of you, but answer, 'He was ignorant of my other faults, else he would not have mentioned only these.'" It's a lesson in humility and humor, reminding us that we all have flaws, but no single person's opinion can sum up the entirety of who we are. From a psychological perspective, this is about separating your identity from feedback. Feedback can be useful when it's constructive, but when it's unhelpful, malicious, or uninformed, it becomes noise. Neuroscience even shows that our brains process social rejection in similar ways to physical pain. That's why words can feel like they hurt. But pain isn't always a reliable signal of truth. It's simply a signal that something has touched us deeply. The challenge is deciding whether that something deserves to stay with us or be released. If your sense of worth rises and falls with every compliment or criticism, you'll spend your life riding an emotional roller coaster you can't control. One day you'll feel invincible because someone praised you. The next, you'll feel small because someone criticized you. The Stoics sought a steadier ground, a sense of self that remains the same whether people cheer or jeer. This isn't about ignoring all opinions. The Stoics didn't shut themselves off from feedback. They listened, but they filtered. If someone you trust offers you criticism, consider it carefully, but measure it against your own principles and the reality of who you are. The words of those who love you, respect you, and know you well carry a different weight than the words of someone who barely knows your story. The key is to decide who gets a voice in shaping your self-perception. Think of your mind like a house. You wouldn't leave the front door wide open for anyone to walk in and rearrange your furniture. In the same way, you shouldn't leave your identity open for anyone to redefine with a careless comment. The people who lash out the most are often the ones struggling the most. Their words are shaped by their wounds, and if you absorb them unfiltered, you're letting their pain become your burden. Imagine someone handing you a heavy box that isn't yours to carry. You can choose to take it, or you can choose to set it down. The pause between hearing someone's opinion and deciding whether to accept it is where your power lies. Even in modern psychology, there's an understanding that our self-worth must be intrinsic, not extrinsic. External validation feels good, but it's fleeting. Internal validation, the kind that comes from knowing your values, your intentions, and your effort, is unshakable. Aristotle's wisdom aligns here. Knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. When you truly know yourself, it's harder for someone else's words to uproot you. There's also the danger of chasing approval. If you spend your life trying to make sure nobody ever says anything bad about you, you'll end up diluting yourself to fit everyone's preferences. And in the process, you'll lose the very qualities that make you unique. We often forget that every opinion is just that, an opinion. It's not a divine decree. It's not an unshakable truth. It's one person's perspective at one point in time, shaped by their own experiences and biases. Jung observed, "The shoe that fits one person pinches another. There is no recipe for living that suits all cases." The life choices that make you happy might horrify someone else, and vice versa. And that's okay. You weren't born to live up to their recipe. It's worth practicing the skill of reframing criticism. Instead of immediately taking it as an attack, ask yourself, is there something in here I can learn from? If yes, use it to grow. If no, discard it without bitterness. This keeps you in control. You become a filter, not a sponge. You decide what to let in and what to leave out. A practical exercise is to write down the values and principles that matter most to you. Integrity, kindness, courage, perseverance, whatever they are. When criticism comes, measure it against that list. If someone accuses you of being lazy, but you know you've been consistent and disciplined, you can dismiss the comment without it shaking you. If someone says you're selfish but you've acted with generosity, you can trust your own record over their perception. Over time, you'll notice a shift. The voices around you will still exist. Praise and criticism will still come, but neither will dictate your worth. Compliments won't inflate you, and insults won't deflate you. You'll walk on steady ground, no longer swayed by every passing opinion. This is the heart of Stoic strength. To remain the same in your self-respect, whether the crowd applauds or boos. To separate your worth from their words, and to remember that your life is your own to define. The next time someone's comment starts to echo in your mind, stop and ask yourself, does this define me, or does it define them? That single question can save you hours of unnecessary doubt and keep you anchored in the truth of who you are. Because in the end, the words that matter most are not the ones spoken about you. They're the ones you speak to yourself. Guard them carefully, make them truthful, and let them be the foundation you stand on when the noise of the world gets loud. That is how you keep your worth intact, no matter what anyone says. 6. Protect your energy with boundaries. There comes a point in life where you realize you can't say yes to everything without slowly saying no to yourself. Maybe you've felt it before, that quiet exhaustion that creeps in when you've been overextending, when you've been giving so much of your time and attention to others that there's nothing left for you. It starts subtly. You agree to help a colleague after hours. You say yes to another family obligation, even though you're already drained. You answer late-night messages because it'll only take a minute. But one day you wake up and notice that you've been running on empty for so long that you've forgotten what it feels like to be rested, focused, and at peace. This is where boundaries come in, not as walls to keep people out, but as doors you choose when to open and when to close. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology put a name to it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you constantly fill your mind with other people's problems, demands, and noise, your inner world takes on their color, chaotic, scattered, overwhelmed. Boundaries are how you protect that inner space. They're not about selfishness, they're about stewardship, guarding your time and energy so you can use them well. Think about your energy like a bank account. Every interaction, every favor, every project is a withdrawal. Without deposits, rest, solitude, meaningful activities, you go into emotional overdraft. And just like with money, running on a deficit eventually leads to collapse. The Stoics would say that your attention and energy are among your most precious possessions. Seneca warned, "People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy." Your time is the currency of your life. Spending it without care is the fastest route to burnout. Boundaries aren't just about saying no to others, they're also about saying yes to yourself. When you decline a commitment that drains you, you're making room for something that nourishes you. This is where clarity comes in. You can't protect your energy if you don't know what actually gives you energy and what depletes it. Take the time to notice which activities leave you feeling lighter and which leave you feeling heavy. Notice which relationships inspire you and which drain you. Jung reminded us, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." You can't become that person if you're constantly shaped by the demands and expectations of others. Communicating boundaries is often the hardest part, not because we don't know what they are, but because we fear how people will react. We fear being seen as difficult, selfish, or uncaring. But here's the truth. People who benefit from your lack of boundaries are the ones most likely to be upset when you set them. That's not a sign you're doing something wrong. It's a sign the boundary is necessary. The Stoics would remind us that other people's opinions are outside our control. Practical boundaries can take many forms. It might be turning off work notifications after a certain hour. It might be setting specific days for socializing and keeping others free for solitude. It might be limiting how often you interact with someone who drains you emotionally. These limits aren't barriers to connection. They're the conditions that make healthy connection possible. A relationship without boundaries is like a garden without fences. Everything gets trampled and nothing has the space to grow. One of the myths about boundaries is that they push people away. In reality, they bring the right people closer. Healthy people respect limits because they understand the need for them in their own lives. They know that when you say yes, it's genuine, not forced. And when you say no, it's not rejection, it's honesty. Jung said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Boundaries ensure that the transformation is healthy rather than toxic. Without boundaries, burnout isn't just possible, it's inevitable. You start resenting the very people you once wanted to help. You lose patience, you lose focus, and you lose touch with yourself. The Stoics valued tranquility, and they understood that tranquility isn't something you stumble into, it's something you protect. Seneca wrote, "He who is everywhere is nowhere. If you try to be everything to everyone, you end up being nothing to yourself." Protecting your energy also means learning to sit with the discomfort of not pleasing everyone. It means accepting that some people will misunderstand you, and that's okay. The more you practice setting and keeping boundaries, the more you'll notice a shift, not just in your schedule, but in your mindset. You'll start to see your time and attention as sacred. You'll stop explaining yourself so much. You'll feel lighter, more in control, more focused. You'll realize that boundaries aren't about building walls. They're about building a life that you can actually enjoy living. And here's something the Stoics knew well. When you protect your energy, you can give more to the people and causes that matter. You can show up fully without resentment or exhaustion because you've cared for yourself first. It's like the wisdom we hear on airplanes: secure your own oxygen mask before helping others. Protecting your energy with boundaries is an act of self-respect. It's a declaration that your life is valuable, your time is limited, and your attention is precious. And when you live by that, you stop scattering yourself thin and start living with intention. You stop reacting to every knock at the door and start deciding who and what gets invited in. Because at the end of the day, your energy is your life force. If you give it away carelessly, you'll have nothing left for what truly matters. But if you guard it with wisdom and courage, you'll have the strength to live fully, love deeply, and face life with the calm resilience the Stoics admired. Boundaries aren't just a skill, they're a way of life. And the sooner you embrace them, the sooner you'll find the peace and clarity you've been craving. 7. Detach from the opinions of others. There's a certain kind of freedom most people never experience. The freedom of living without constantly looking over your shoulder to see what others think. From the moment we're young, we're taught to measure ourselves through the eyes of others: grades, likes, compliments, approval. And because of that conditioning, many people spend their entire lives chasing validation, always adjusting who they are to fit what someone else might approve of. It's exhausting, and worse, it's dangerous. When your sense of worth depends on the shifting opinions of others, you give away control over your own happiness. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. When you live for approval, you're not really living for yourself. You're living as a reflection of what you think others want to see. And the problem with that is obvious. Different people want different things. One person praises you for being bold, another criticizes you for being arrogant. One admires your independence, another calls it selfishness. If you try to please everyone, you'll twist yourself into a shape that doesn't even resemble who you really are. Psychology backs this up. Humans have a deep-seated need for social belonging, which served us well in the past when being part of a group meant survival. But in the modern world, this instinct can become a trap. Social media amplifies it. Suddenly, your worth feels like it's measured by hearts, shares, and views. You become more focused on looking good than being good, more invested in the appearance of success than the reality of it. There's an important mental shift that happens when you start filtering opinions. You stop taking them as truth and start seeing them as data points. An opinion is just a reflection of someone's personal beliefs, shaped by their own experiences, insecurities, and worldview. That means it's not an objective verdict on you. It's a statement about them. If someone calls you reckless for starting a business, maybe it's because they're risk-averse. If they call you too quiet at a party, maybe they're uncomfortable with silence. Their reaction says more about their comfort zones than your worth. There's no universal mold for how you should live, so why contort yourself into one? Detachment means accepting that you will be misunderstood, and that's not only inevitable, it's healthy. Here's the thing, people are going to form opinions whether you try to influence them or not. They'll judge based on incomplete information, misunderstandings, or even pure projection. You can spend your life trying to correct every false impression, or you can live in such a way that your own conscience is clear and let the rest go. Detaching from opinions also frees up your mental and emotional energy. When you're no longer anxiously replaying conversations, worrying about whether you came across the right way, or obsessing over someone's vague comment, you reclaim that energy for things that actually matter: your work, your relationships, your growth. A practical step toward detachment is to define your own measures of success. If your yardstick changes every time someone else speaks, you'll never feel stable. But if you know what matters to you, whether it's integrity, creativity, kindness, or mastery, you can measure yourself against that instead of against public perception. That's what the Stoics meant by living in accordance with virtue. Your sense of worth comes from living by your own principles, not from applause or criticism. Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Detachment from external opinion is about waking up, turning inward to ask, am I proud of how I'm living? That's a far more important question than, do they approve of me? Because even if they approve, their approval is fleeting. The crowd's favor is fickle. It can change with the weather. If you build your identity on it, you'll spend your life constantly rebuilding on shaky ground. This doesn't mean arrogance or stubbornness. It means balancing humility with self-trust. Listen to the right voices, but don't be enslaved by them. Learn from feedback, but don't let it rewrite your identity. Use criticism as a mirror, but not as a map. Detachment also strengthens your resilience. When your mood isn't at the mercy of external praise or blame, you become harder to shake. You stop chasing validation, which makes you less vulnerable to manipulation. People can no longer control you with the promise of approval or the threat of disapproval. You become, in the Stoic sense, truly free. Ultimately, detaching from the opinions of others is about reclaiming your authority over your own life. You decide what matters, you decide who you are, and you decide whose voices you allow into that inner circle of influence. The rest? Let it pass like wind through an open window, felt for a moment, then gone. Because in the end, living for someone else's approval is a form of self-abandonment. Living by your own principles is the deepest form of self-respect. 8. Respond with silence instead of anger. There's a unique kind of power in saying nothing. It's not the same as being passive, and it's not the same as avoiding conflict. It's a deliberate choice, a quiet act of strength that says, I will not give you control over my emotions. Most people underestimate silence because they confuse it with weakness. They think that if you don't argue back, you've lost. But the truth is, silence can be one of the most effective ways to shut down negativity, protect your peace, and keep control of your own mind. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Sometimes the way you exercise that power is by refusing to hand it over through a heated, unproductive exchange. Think about the last time someone said something designed to provoke you. Maybe it was a sarcastic remark, a passive-aggressive jab, or a direct insult. Your natural impulse might have been to fire back instantly, to defend yourself, to prove them wrong, to match their tone with equal force. That's the reaction most people expect. In fact, it's the reaction they often want because it validates their effort to drag you into their emotional storm. But what happens when you don't play along? What happens when you simply look at them, pause, and say nothing? That's when the dynamic changes. By staying silent, you starve their negativity of the oxygen it needs to keep burning. Epictetus warned, "Any person capable of angering you becomes your master." When you react with immediate anger, you hand that person a piece of your freedom. You give them proof that their words or actions can dictate your emotional state. But when you choose silence, you take that power back. It's a way of saying, without words, you don't control me. This isn't about bottling up your feelings or pretending you're unaffected. Space between what they've done and how you choose to respond. In that space lies clarity, and in clarity lies strength. Carl Jung famously said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." Your urge to speak in anger is often less about the other person and more about what their words trigger in you. Silence gives you the chance to notice that. It lets you ask, why does this bother me so much? Is it about them, or is it about something unresolved within me? Without that pause, you risk speaking from a place of raw emotion instead of reason, and once words are out, they can't be taken back. From a psychological standpoint, silence can be disarming. When someone is expecting a fight and they get calm stillness instead, they lose their footing. They can't feed off your reaction, and without that reaction, their aggression starts to lose momentum. It's like trying to punch smoke. There's nothing to hit, nothing solid to push against. This doesn't just protect you in the moment, it also changes the long-term dynamic in your relationships. People learn that provoking you is pointless because you won't give them the drama they're looking for. Of course, silence isn't about ignoring problems forever. There are times when you must speak up to defend your boundaries, to correct misinformation, or to stand up for what's right. But even then, the Stoic principle applies. You speak when calm, not when consumed by anger. One of the misconceptions about silence is that it means nothing is happening. In reality, silence is active. It's a decision to withhold energy from something unworthy of it. It's choosing to spend your mental resources on clarity rather than chaos. In relationships, whether personal or professional, that kind of restraint earns respect over time. People begin to understand that you don't get pulled into every conflict, that you don't respond to bait. And in a world where outrage is the default, that makes you stand out. Carl Jung also observed, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. Silence gives you the breathing room to face your own darkness before you project it outward. When someone provokes you, there's always a temptation to match their hostility, to throw your own shadows at them. But if you're aware of those shadows, you can choose not to unleash them. You can choose a different path, one that keeps you aligned with your values instead of being hijacked by your emotions. The beauty of responding with silence is that it works in almost every setting. In the workplace, it prevents you from saying something in frustration that you'll regret. In personal relationships, it signals that you value peace over pointless battles. In public or on social media, it keeps you from feeding cycles of negativity that never lead anywhere good. There's also a subtle form of influence that comes with silence. People remember when you could have lashed out but didn't. They notice the restraint, and it can shift the way they approach you in the future. Silence commands a certain respect because it's rare. Most emotionally, the one who pauses, who chooses their battles, who lets silence do the talking, that person becomes memorable. When you choose silence over anger, anger, when it spirals, floods your body with stress hormones. Your heart rate spikes, your muscles tighten, your mind narrows. This might have been useful in moments of physical danger thousands of years ago, but in every more harm than good. Silence interrupts that stress response. It lets your body settle, your mind expand, and your perspective widen. Silence is not surrender. It's not weakness. It's choosing the higher ground, not because you can't fight, but because you know it's not worth fighting. It's the self-control that allows you to act with intention rather than impulse. And in a noisy world where everyone feels entitled to the last word, the person who can stand in calm, deliberate quiet often speaks the loudest of all. In the end, responding with silence instead of anger is about preserving your energy for the battles that matter, protecting your dignity in the face of provocation, and keeping your inner peace intact no matter what chaos swirls around you. That's not avoidance, that's mastery. And mastery, as the Stoics would say, is the truest form of strength. 9. Use gratitude as a reset button. It's remarkable how quickly our mood can shift when we focus on what's wrong. A small inconvenience, a careless comment, a change in plans, suddenly until all we can see is the frustration in front of us. That's when we start spiraling. We replay the moment, add new layers of irritation, and let the feeling grow larger than it needs to be. But there's a way to interrupt that cycle, to pull your mind back before it sinks too deep into negativity. Gratitude is that reset button. It's not about pretending nothing bad is happening, and it's not about blind optimism. It's about deliberately shifting your focus to what's still good, what's still working, and what's still worth appreciating. The Stoics practiced this daily, not because their lives were free from problems, but because they knew the mind can be trained to see beyond them. We often underestimate how powerful even a happy life cannot be without a measure. Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness. Gratitude doesn't erase difficulty, it gives context to it. It's a reminder that life is rarely all good or all bad. There's almost always something in the mix that's worth noticing, something that softens the weight of the moment. When you can hold both the challenge and the blessing in your mind at the same time, your emotions stop feeling so absolute. One of the simplest ways to use gratitude as a reset button is to start small. The mind often resists gratitude in moments of frustration because it feels fake to be thankful when you're upset. That's why starting with obvious, concrete things works. You might be stuck in traffic, but you're grateful you have a car. You might have had an argument with a friend, but you're grateful you have relationships that matter enough to fight for. These aren't meant to deny the problem. They're meant to remind you it's not the whole picture. Epictetus said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." Gratitude also works because it pulls you into the present moment. Anger often lives in the past, replaying what just happened, or in the future, imagining what you'll say or do next. Gratitude is grounded in now. It asks, what right here in this moment is worth appreciating? That shift pulls your focus out of mental time travel and back into reality. And reality, more often than not, is more balanced than your thoughts are making it seem. Psychology supports this. Studies on gratitude show that regularly practicing it rewires the brain to be more attuned to positive experiences. This doesn't mean you'll stop noticing problems, but it does mean they won't dominate your mental space as much. Over time, you'll start finding gratitude more naturally, even in situations where it feels like there's little to be thankful for. Gratitude also disrupts the tendency to compare. A lot of anger, especially low-grade, lingering frustration, comes from the belief that someone else has it easier, better, or more than you do. When you're in that mindset, You're measuring your life against someone else's highlight reel. Gratitude flips the lens inward, reminding you of what's uniquely yours, what's valuable in your life regardless of what others have. Marcus Aurelius advised himself to confine yourself to the present. Gratitude is one of the most effective ways to do that. A useful practice when anger starts to take hold is the 3 and 3 method. You pause, take a breath, and name 3 things you're grateful for in that exact moment, no matter how small. Then, name 3 people you're grateful to have in your life. This does 2 things. It forces your mind to search for positives, and it brings relationships into focus, which often softens anger's edge. When you shift from "I'm furious" to "I'm lucky to have these people and these things," the intensity changes. The situation might still be frustrating, but it no longer owns you. The Stoics also used gratitude to prepare for adversity. They practiced premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, imagining worst-case scenarios so they could appreciate what they currently had. Another reason gratitude is such a powerful reset is that it interrupts ego. Anger often grows when our ego feels bruised, when someone disrespects us, overlooks us, or challenges us. Gratitude humbles us, not in a way that diminishes, but in a way that grounds. It reminds us that much of what's good in our lives came from outside ourselves, through the help, kindness, or generosity of others. This humility makes it harder for anger to take root because you're no longer standing solely in self-interest. You're aware of connection and interdependence. Gratitude also builds emotional momentum. The more you practice it, the easier it becomes to access when you need it most. At first, it might feel forced. Naming things you're grateful for when you're upset might feel unnatural, but over time, it becomes reflexive. Your brain learns that when anger rises, gratitude is an option, and every time you choose it, you reinforce the pathway that makes it easier next time. The key is not to wait for big, life-changing events to feel gratitude. Practice it in the smallest things: a good meal, a kind word, a moment of quiet. The Stoics valued this because it made them less dependent on fortune. If you can be grateful for the ordinary, you're less shaken when the extraordinary is out of reach. In moments of conflict, gratitude can even shift the entire tone of a conversation. Instead of responding to criticism with defensiveness, you can acknowledge the value of the other person's perspective or express appreciation for their honesty. This doesn't mean you agree. It means you choose to connect rather than escalate. Gratitude softens the edges of interaction, making resolution more likely. When you make gratitude a habit, it becomes part of your identity. You stop seeing it as a tool you only pull out in tough moments and start seeing it as a way of living. You notice beauty where others overlook it. You find meaning in moments others dismiss, and when anger tries to take hold, it has to compete with a mind already trained to look for the good. In the end, using gratitude as a reset button is about reclaiming choice. You can let anger dictate your perspective, narrowing your vision until all you see is the problem. Or you can pause, shift your focus, and remind yourself of the things that are still worth appreciating. 10. Reframe criticism as a tool for growth. There's a certain sting that comes with criticism. It doesn't matter how old you are or how much experience you've gained. When someone points out your flaws, your first instinct might still be to defend yourself or shut down entirely. That's because criticism strikes at something deeply human: the desire to be seen as capable, competent, and worthy. And yet, if you step back from that initial reaction, you'll see that criticism, when handled wisely, can be one of the most powerful tools for personal growth you'll ever encounter. The Stoics knew this long before the concept was studied in psychology. Most people see criticism as an attack, because they confuse it with judgment of their entire character. But in truth, feedback, whether gentle or blunt, is often about a single aspect of your actions, not the totality of who you are. Of course, not all criticism is created equal. Some of it is constructive, offered with the intention of helping you grow. Other times, it's malicious, rooted in envy, resentment, or misunderstanding. The Stoics would tell you that your job is to filter. One of the best ways to reframe criticism is to view it as raw material. Imagine it as clay. Sometimes it comes in a refined, workable form, and sometimes it's full of debris you have to sift through. Either way, if you're patient enough, you can shape something valuable out of it. Jung's perspective reinforces this. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Criticism, when examined, can bring unconscious habits or blind spots into the light. Once they're visible, you can work on them intentionally rather than being steered by them without realizing it. Psychology confirms that feedback is essential for learning. We're not wired to self-correct effectively in isolation. We need external mirrors to see what we can't see from the inside. But here's the catch. Just because someone hands you a mirror doesn't mean the reflection is accurate. That's why discernment is so important. When you receive criticism, ask yourself, does this person have the knowledge or experience to offer meaningful insight? Do they understand my intentions and context? Do they want me to succeed, or are they trying to tear me down? Sometimes the most valuable criticism comes from places you least expect. It might be blunt, poorly worded, or delivered in a heated moment, but inside it, there can still be a truth worth extracting. That said, it's equally important to protect yourself from feedback that serves no purpose but harm. Malicious criticism is easy to spot once you stop taking every word personally. It's vague, often attacking your character instead of your actions. It offers no clear suggestions for improvement, only judgment. When someone's feedback provokes a strong emotional reaction, it's worth asking yourself why. Is it because their words touched on something you already suspect might be true? Or is it because you've attached your self-worth too tightly to being flawless? Self-inquiry turns criticism from a wound into a doorway, an entry point for deeper understanding. Reframing criticism also builds resilience. The more you practice separating the useful from the useless, the less reactive you become. You learn to hold criticism in your hand without letting it pierce you, turning it over, examining it, and deciding for yourself what to keep. Over time, this makes you unshakable, not because you never hear negative things, but because you no longer let them define you. In practical terms, you can turn criticism into a tool for growth by following a simple process. Pause before reacting, evaluate the source, look for the lesson, and then decide what action, if any, to take. If the feedback is valid, act on it with gratitude. If it's not, release it without resentment. This way, every piece of criticism becomes either a gift or a discarded package. You never carry what you don't need. One of the most liberating parts of this mindset is that it removes the fear of being wrong. When you no longer see mistakes as proof of inadequacy, you stop avoiding situations where you might fail. And when you stop avoiding them, you start growing faster. Ultimately, reframing criticism as a tool for growth is about shifting from ego to curiosity. Instead of thinking, "How dare they say that about me?" you start thinking, "What can I learn from this?" That shift not only makes you more adaptable, it makes you more at peace. The Stoics sought tranquility not through avoiding challenges, but through meeting them with the right mindset. Criticism is one of those challenges, a small but potent test of your ability to remain steady, open, and committed to improvement. And when you approach it this way, you'll find that even the harshest words can be reshaped into something valuable. You'll stop fearing feedback because you'll know you have the power to decide what to do with it. In the end, that's what real growth looks like. Not perfection, but progress built on the courage to listen, learn, and keep moving forward. 11th, practice negative visualization. Most people start their day hoping for things to go smoothly. They want polite conversations, cooperative co-workers, no unexpected problems, and no one cutting them off in traffic. And when life doesn't deliver that perfect scenario, frustration sets in fast. But the Stoics would say that's exactly why so many people feel blindsided and angry, because they expect the world to behave perfectly. They didn't. They prepared for its chaos. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings by reminding himself, "Today I shall be meeting with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness." That wasn't cynicism. It was strategy. He wasn't predicting the worst to feel miserable. He was preparing his mind so that when challenges came, he would be ready. This practice is what the Stoics called negative visualization, and it's a tool that can transform how you handle life's inevitable difficulties. The concept is simple but powerful. You deliberately imagine potential challenges, setbacks, or disrespect before they happen. You picture scenarios that could frustrate you, someone speaking rudely, plans falling apart, a deal going wrong, so that when reality throws one of them your way, it doesn't hit you like a surprise attack. Instead of reacting with shock or outrage, you think, "I knew this could happen. I'm ready." The modern mind often resists this idea, thinking it's pessimistic. But the Stoics saw it as mental armor. Negative visualization is exactly that, making the darkness conscious, so it can't control you from the shadows. When you bring potential challenges into the light of your awareness, they stop being monsters in the closet and start being manageable realities. Psychology supports this approach as well. Athletes and performers use a version of negative visualization when they rehearse for things going wrong, visualizing bad weather, technical glitches, or unexpected mistakes, so they won't panic when the real thing happens. It's not about obsessing over worst-case scenarios, but about expanding your tolerance for discomfort. When you've seen a challenge in your mind before, it's less likely to overwhelm you in reality. The beauty of this practice is that it works in everyday life, not just in high-stakes situations. Imagine you have an important meeting tomorrow. Instead of hoping everyone will agree with you, visualize someone challenging your idea. Picture how you'll respond calmly, keeping your tone even, your points clear, and your body language open. Or maybe you have a long commute ahead. Visualize the traffic, the red lights, and the impatient drivers. See yourself breathing steadily, maybe listening to something you enjoy, instead of gripping the wheel in irritation. When those things actually happen, they'll feel familiar, and familiarity breeds calm. There's another advantage to negative visualization. It strengthens gratitude. The Stoics often paired the practice with imagining loss, not to dwell on it, but to increase appreciation for what they still had. Negative visualization also makes you more adaptable. If you expect life to follow your script, you'll always be thrown when it doesn't. But if you've mentally rehearsed a few alternate scenarios, you won't freeze when reality changes the plot. Think of it like carrying an umbrella on a cloudy day. It doesn't mean you want it to rain, but if it does, you're not soaked and miserable. The Stoics weren't obsessed with disaster. They were committed to readiness, and readiness brings peace. Some people confuse this practice with worry, but they're not the same. Worry is passive. It loops endlessly without resolution. Negative visualization is active. It has a purpose. You identify a possible challenge, consider how you'd handle it, and then move on. This is key. The Stoics didn't dwell in imagined problems. They visited them briefly to rehearse their response, then returned to the present moment. Epictetus said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." By changing your opinion, that challenges are expected rather than catastrophic, you strip them of much of their emotional weight. One way to implement this is to make it part of your morning routine. As you prepare for the day, take a minute to anticipate what might test your patience or resilience. Will you be dealing with someone who tends to interrupt? Imagine yourself letting them finish without irritation. Will you face a deadline? Picture unexpected delays and see yourself adjusting calmly. This isn't setting yourself up for negativity, it's setting yourself up for composure. Another version of the practice is to use it at the start of any important task or event. Before a presentation, imagine technical problems. Before a trip, imagine delays. Before a family gathering, imagine old tensions resurfacing. Then, imagine yourself responding in a way you'd be proud of, measured, thoughtful, and steady. That's the key. Negative visualization isn't just about picturing problems, it's about picturing your best self navigating them. And the more you practice it, the less you take challenges personally. When you've already pictured someone cutting in front of you in line, it's less likely to ignite rage when it happens. When you've already imagined a plan falling apart, you're quicker to adapt rather than sulk. Over time, this makes you more unshakable, not because life is easier, but because you've trained yourself not to be caught off guard. In the end, negative visualization is less about anticipating disaster and more about mastering your own expectations. It's about meeting reality as it is, not as you wish it would be, and staying steady no matter what comes. The Stoics didn't hope for a perfect world. They trained for the real one, and in doing so, they found a kind of peace most people never touch. That peace is available to you too. All it takes is a few moments each day to imagine the obstacles ahead and to picture yourself walking through them with your head high and your heart steady. 12. See insults as noise. It's amazing how quickly a single sentence from someone else can get under our skin. You could be having a perfectly normal day, and then someone throws out a sarcastic comment, a passive-aggressive jab, or a flat-out insult. Suddenly it's like they've hijacked your mind. You replay the words, wonder why they said them, maybe even imagine all the comebacks you could have used. But here's the truth the Stoics understood so well. Those words only have as much power as you choose to give them. From a psychological perspective, insults often function as projections. People see something in you, confidence, success, independence, that triggers something in them. Instead of addressing their own discomfort, they try to diminish you to level the playing field. It's easier to pull someone down than to climb yourself up. Understanding this doesn't make the insult pleasant, but it does make it easier to detach from it emotionally. The key is not to internalize what was never yours to carry. If you're unsure of your own worth, insults will find a place to land. But if you're rooted in your values, you'll see the remark for what it is, a fleeting opinion, not a statement of truth. The more you anchor yourself in self-knowledge, the more those words slide off like rain on glass. An insult lasts only seconds in reality, but in our minds we can carry it for hours, days, even years. We keep replaying it, adding new layers of meaning, building a whole story around it. But that's a choice. You can just as easily choose to let the moment end when the words end. The insult happened once. You don't have to live it 100 times over. This doesn't mean you have to tolerate abuse or pretend everything is fine when someone disrespects you. Boundaries still matter. But there's a difference between addressing behavior and letting it define your inner world. You can calmly tell someone their comment was inappropriate without letting it eat away at your peace. You can distance yourself from toxic people without carrying resentment like a second skin. The Stoics weren't passive, they were intentional. They focused on what they could control, and other people's opinions weren't on that list. One of the best ways to keep insults in perspective is to look at the source. Does this person live in a way you admire? Do they consistently show wisdom, integrity, and good judgment? If not, why would their opinion be the one you take to heart? Another tactic is to treat insults as a test of composure. Marcus Aurelius saw every challenge as a chance to practice virtue. Patience isn't developed in calm waters, it's developed in storms. Dignity isn't proven when people are kind, it's proven when they're not. When you receive an insult and choose not to react with equal negativity, you've demonstrated a level of self-control that can't be faked. You've shown that you value your peace more than you value having the last word. Carl Jung spoke about integrating the shadow parts of ourselves, acknowledging the less flattering aspects of our nature without letting them dominate us. Sometimes an insult stings because it hits a part of us we haven't fully accepted. Instead of immediately dismissing it, you can use it as a mirror. Ask yourself, is there something here I need to face? If the answer is yes, that's not weakness, it's growth. If the answer is no, then you can let it go without further thought. It's also worth remembering that silence can be the most powerful response. Seneca said, "The best cure for anger is delay." By refusing to react in the heat of the moment, you take away the other person's power. They might have wanted a fight, a display of defensiveness, or a sign they got to you. When they get none of that, the energy they were trying to stir up dies in the air. In this way, your calm becomes a kind of shield. Over time, if you practice seeing insults as noise, you'll notice something shift inside you. The words will still reach your ears, but they won't find a place to settle. You'll hear them, register them, and then they'll fade into the background. This doesn't make you detached from reality. It makes you free from being emotionally dragged around by every careless remark. And perhaps that's the real lesson here. You don't have to fight every insult to win. Sometimes victory is in refusing to enter the battle at all. An insult is just a sound. Its meaning only exists if you decide to accept it. So the next time someone throws words meant to wound, pause and remind yourself, this says more about them than it does about me. In that moment, you'll have done something the Stoics valued above all else. You'll have chosen peace over pettiness, strength over reaction, and wisdom over noise. 13. Pick your battles wisely. Life has a way of presenting us with endless invitations to fight. Someone makes a passive-aggressive remark. A stranger online posts something you disagree with. A colleague takes credit for an idea. A friend shares a belief that goes against everything you stand for. Each of these moments tempts you to jump in, to prove a point, to defend yourself, to set the record straight. But here's the thing, if you treat every disagreement, every slight, every perceived injustice as a battle that must be fought, you'll burn through your energy faster than anything else. You'll end up scattered, drained, and constantly on edge. The Stoics understood this all too well. When you don't choose your battles wisely, life starts to feel like one long argument, and the cost isn't just your time. It's your peace, your focus, your ability to move forward. Choosing your battles doesn't mean you're passive or indifferent. It means you're strategic. Think of your energy like currency. You wouldn't spend it carelessly on things that don't matter, so why spend your emotional resources that way? From a psychological perspective, constantly engaging in every conflict you encounter is a form of ego trap. You feel compelled to respond because your pride is on the line, because you can't bear the thought of losing or letting someone think they've bested you. Jung spoke to this when he said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." When you react to everything, you let circumstances and other people's behavior dictate your identity. When you choose your battles, you decide who you're going to be in each situation, and that's real power. Picking your battles wisely also means thinking about the long-term consequences. Will this matter in a year? Will engaging here help me or harm me? Will it change anything meaningful, or will it just escalate tension? The Stoics often reminded themselves of the brevity of life. There's a certain peace that comes when you stop trying to win every skirmish. You learn to distinguish between a battle of the ego and a battle of principle. The ego wants to be right, to have the last word, to be seen as superior. Principle, on the other hand, asks, does this issue matter to my integrity, my values, or the well-being of others? If the answer is no, then walking away isn't a loss. It's a win for your own clarity and stability. Sometimes letting something go feels unnatural, especially if you're used to defending yourself at every turn. But when you experience the calm that comes from not reacting, it becomes addictive in the best way. You start to realize that your silence doesn't mean agreement. It means control. It means you are deciding where your attention goes. And attention, like time, is one of the most valuable things you have. The practice also requires humility. Sometimes you'll realize that a battle you were ready to fight was actually just a distraction from something more important. Sometimes the best use of your energy is not to prove you're right, but to preserve your focus for something that truly matters. The Stoics knew that attention is the gateway to a good life. What you give it to grows, and what you starve eventually fades. When you start applying this principle in everyday life, you'll notice a shift. The petty arguments stop consuming you. You become less reactive, more deliberate. People might even accuse you of not caring enough about certain issues. But you'll know the truth. You care deeply, just not about everything. You've learned that caring for everything equally means diluting your care for the things that actually matter. And here's the paradox. When you stop scattering your energy on small battles, you actually have more strength for the big ones. The issues that truly align with your values, the fights that genuinely matter to you, those you can enter with full presence, clarity, and resilience. In the end, picking your battles wisely is about self-respect and self-mastery. It's about recognizing that your life is too short and your energy too precious to be spent on every provocation that crosses your path. It's about knowing when to speak, when to act, and when to simply let it go. The Stoics would call this wisdom. 14. Focus only on what you can control. One of the quickest ways to drain your energy and lose your peace is to obsess over things you have no control over. It's a trap almost everyone falls into at some point. You replay conversations in your head, wondering why someone said what they did. You try to predict how a situation will unfold, even though the outcome is in someone else's hands. You stress over the weather, over politics, over other people's decisions, as if sheer willpower or worry could bend reality to your liking. But the truth is, no amount of thinking, talking, or stressing changes what's outside your influence. The Stoics built their entire philosophy on this understanding. When you start to really grasp this, it's like someone handed you a master key to peace of mind. It doesn't mean you stop caring about what happens around you. It means you stop wasting your energy on things you can't shape directly. The challenge is that our minds are wired to fixate on the uncontrollable. If someone treats you unfairly, your instinct is to replay the scene, think about what you should have said, or imagine ways to make them see they were wrong. But none of that changes the fact that their behavior is theirs to own, not yours. The only part you control is how you respond, whether you meet them with patience, walk away, set a boundary, or choose silence. The Stoics didn't just accept this truth, they trained for it. They saw life as a constant practice of redirecting energy inward, toward the sphere where action actually matters. Seneca offered a warning that fits perfectly here. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. So much of our pain comes not from the events themselves, but from the way we interpret them, especially when we interpret them as things we should be able to control. If you drop the should, the pressure changes. You stop expecting the weather to be perfect, people to always be kind, or life to follow your timeline. You focus instead on your adaptability, your patience, and your preparation. From a psychological standpoint, this shift is powerful because it rewires your stress response. When your brain is constantly monitoring things you can't control, it stays in a state of low-grade anxiety. But when you consciously redirect your focus to your own actions, what can I do right now? How can I show up in this moment? You give your nervous system a sense of agency. Agency is calming, even if the situation around you stays messy. The Stoics also saw this practice as deeply freeing because it strips away the illusion that your happiness depends on external circumstances. This doesn't mean you become passive, quite the opposite. By letting go of what you can't control, you create more space and energy to fully commit to what you can. Your work, your health, your integrity, your relationships, all of these are within your reach. If you pour yourself into these, you'll see more tangible progress than if you scatter your focus on things you can only influence indirectly, if at all. Sometimes this focus requires conscious rituals. You might start your day by listing the things you'll inevitably face that are outside your control: traffic, other people's moods, market fluctuations, and mentally releasing them before they happen. This is a Stoic habit of premeditation, preparing yourself for reality so you're not shaken by it. At the same time, you identify where your effort can actually make a difference. Your attitude in traffic, your kindness regardless of someone else's tone, your decision-making under uncertainty. And here's the irony. Sometimes when you stop trying to control others, you influence them more. A calm, grounded presence can be more persuasive than any argument. People feel the difference between someone who's clinging and someone who's centered. There's also a long-term resilience that comes from this mindset. Life will always contain unpredictability, illness, loss, unexpected change. If you've practiced focusing only on what's within your reach, you'll meet those moments with steadier hands. You won't waste time railing against the parts you can't change. You'll move more quickly into action on the parts you can. And that shift can be the difference between feeling powerless and feeling prepared. At its core, focusing only on what you can control is about sovereignty. Your mind is your territory. Your actions are your responsibility. Everything else is outside the walls of your influence. You can observe it, interact with it, even be affected by it, but you don't rule it. And when you stop trying to rule what's not yours, you finally have the bandwidth to rule what is. That's where freedom lives. So the next time you feel your energy slipping into frustration over someone else's behavior, a decision you weren't part of, or an outcome you can't force, pause. Ask yourself, is this mine to control? If the answer is no, let it go, not out of apathy, but out of wisdom. The Stoics would say this is one of the most important choices you can make each day, because it determines whether your energy is spent building your life or lost trying to steer the wind. 15. Master the art of letting go. There's a saying that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It's clever, yes, but it's also painfully true. You can carry a grudge for years, replaying the offense in your mind like a favorite scene in a film, And yet the person who wronged you might not even remember what happened. They've moved on with their life while you're still carrying the weight. That's the cruel thing about resentment. It punishes the one holding it far more than the one who caused it. The Stoics knew this well. Grudges have a way of disguising themselves as strength. We think that by holding on to the memory of what someone did, we're protecting ourselves, keeping our guard up. In reality, it's the opposite. From a psychological perspective, holding on to resentment keeps the nervous system in a low-level fight-or-flight state. Your body reacts to the memory of the offense almost as if it's happening again, flooding you with stress hormones. Over time, this wears you down physically as well as emotionally. Letting go allows your body to stand down, to shift back into a state where healing is possible. The Stoics practiced a mental exercise called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, not so they could stew in negativity, but so they could prepare their minds for the inevitability of human flaws. Letting go also means letting go of the need for closure. One of the reasons we hold on so tightly is because we're waiting for the other person to acknowledge the harm, apologize, or make things right. But the Stoics would tell you that depending on someone else for your peace is a dangerous game. The harm happened once, but every time you replay it, you suffer again. Letting go is like closing a door you keep wandering back through. It's deciding that the room behind it, filled with anger, hurt, and old wounds, has nothing left for you. You step into a different space, one where the past no longer dictates the temperature of your present. Letting go doesn't happen in a single grand gesture, it's often a process. At first, it might just mean catching yourself when your thoughts drift back to the offense and gently redirecting them. It might mean reframing the story so it no longer casts you solely as the victim, but as someone who has grown stronger through the experience. It might mean replacing thoughts of revenge with questions like, "What can I do now to live well?" Psychologically, letting go is tied to forgiveness, but it's not the same thing. Forgiveness is often thought of as a gift you give to the other person. Letting go is a gift you give yourself. You can release the hold an event has on you without ever telling the other person they're forgiven. This is important because it means you don't have to wait for perfect feelings before you start freeing yourself. The action of letting go can come before the feeling of lightness. People act according to their own set of values, wounds, and limitations. Sometimes, what feels like a deep betrayal to you might not even register to the other person as significant. This doesn't invalidate your feelings, it just shows that their internal world is different from yours. Understanding this difference can make it easier to release the idea that they should have known better. The Stoics would also remind you that life is short, and every moment spent in resentment is a moment stolen from your own happiness. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Imagine how much mental space you'd reclaim if you let go of just one grudge. Imagine how much more energy you'd have for the things that truly matter, relationships that uplift you, work that fulfills you, experiences that bring joy. In practice, letting go can be as simple and as hard as a daily decision. I choose not to carry this today. You might have to make that decision over and over, some days more than once. But over time, the weight lessens. The memory might still exist, but it no longer has hooks in you. You remember it without the rush of anger or the ache of hurt. It becomes just another part of your story, not the defining chapter. Marcus Aurelius believed that the mind has the power to shape reality. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. When you choose to let go, you're choosing thoughts that create space for happiness, not ones that crowd it out. And in doing so, you begin to see that the art of letting go is really the art of living free, not bound by the chains of the past, but walking forward with open hands and a lighter heart. In the end, mastering the art of letting go is about sovereignty over your own life. It's about deciding that your peace is too valuable to be held hostage by what someone else did or didn't do. Letting go isn't about forgetting, it's about choosing to live unchained. You deserve a life where the weight of yesterday no longer bends your back, where your energy is free to build the person you want to be today. That choice is yours, and it starts now. If this message spoke to you, I invite you to keep going. Watch one of the videos on your screen and take the next step in your journey toward calm, strength, and self-mastery. Thank you for being here and for being a part of Stoic Journal.